Good evening. It is 7:01. We'll start the meeting. We are in council chambers for a public planning meeting. I'm not sure if many of you have been to a public planning meeting before. It's a bit different from our regular meeting, and we'll explain that as we go through. Can you hear okay out there? I need to speak louder. I'm not sure. Steve, can you turn that up just a tad? Okay, we'll start with the procedural. Council, may I please have a motion to approve the agenda as has been circulated? Councillor Thompson, Councillor Peary, all in favor? Opposed? That is carried. May I please have declarations of pecuniary interest and general nature therein? Seeing none. As it is a public planning meeting, there is a statement that I read. Welcome to Aurora's public planning meeting. The purpose of this public meeting is to inform the public and obtain public input regarding the options associated with amendments to the zoning bylaw and the process of reviewing and approving new development and large additions within the stable neighborhood study areas. No decisions, I'll repeat that, no decisions will be made tonight on the item. For options associated with amendments to the zoning bylaw that will be considered by council tonight, the following process will occur. Town planning staff will outline the options which are being considered. Following staff's presentation, members of the public will be invited to the podium to offer their comments or concerns respecting the stable neighborhood study. Town staff will answer questions to the best of their ability. Once we've heard from members of the public, I will then ask members of the council if they have any comments or questions with respect to the staff presentation, and then we'll put the report on the floor, which is just a council discussion. It should be noted that a comprehensive report will be prepared and presented to a future general committee meeting, assessing the options before us and providing council with a recommendation for consideration. It's very important that the town receive the correct names and addresses of individuals having an interest in the planning applications. Therefore, if you plan to speak at council at this meeting, or if you wish to be notified of any further council or committee meetings concerning the stable neighborhood study, which is being considered, please complete one of the green interested party forms, which Linda is holding up, and return it to Linda before you leave this evening. Under the Planning Act, residents have the right to appeal any decision of council on a planning application to the local planning appeal tribunal, but you must verbally express any comments or concerns here tonight, or submit any comments or concerns in writing to the town prior to the town adopting an amendment. The tribunal may dismiss all or part of an appeal made in respect of an application. This public meeting is being audio and video recorded. Your name, address, comments, and any other personal information are being recorded according to the Municipal Act and the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. This will help our town clerk prepare accurate minutes and to create a record that is available to the general public, including the town's website. Questions about the collection should be directed to the town clerk, Town of Aurora. And I will now ask the town clerk to confirm that notification to the public as required by the Planning Act has occurred. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, respecting item 1 this evening, stable neighborhood study, a notice of public planning meeting was published in the Aurora Banner and Aurora newspapers and given by mail to all addressed property owners within the study area and to all interested parties. Public notification has been provided in accordance with the Planning Act.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I will now ask the Director of Planning and Development Services to begin with the presentation. Mr. Muto.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our Manager of Development Planning, Lawrence Cook, will provide a presentation with respect to the process that we followed to date with respect to the study, and will outline some of the options that we've identified in the staff report in front of council this evening. Lawrence.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Tonight is the statutory public planning meeting for the Town Initiative Stable Neighborhood Study. To start off, let's provide you a quick summary of how we got to where today. In October, council directed staff to conduct a study within the stable neighborhood. Shortly, an interim control bylaw was proposed by council and passed on January 2018. We had our public open house in February to gather public inputs. We presented those feedbacks and best practices in May. And we're here tonight to present some of those options related to the stable neighborhood study. So on top of the 3 study areas that was presented in the other 2 meetings, at the last special council meeting, council added the portions of Tyler Street, identified here in D, and portions of Temperance Street identified here in E. So in total, there are now 5 areas that may be subject to the new stable neighborhood provisions. So what are those changes? So let's start with building height. Currently, the bylaw limits the maximum building height to 10 meters. To be consistent with the official plan policy, the proposed option here is to lower it down to 9 meters, plus the definition of how we measure the building height will remain. The slope roof will be measured from average finished grade to the midpoint of the roof, and for a flat roof, will be measured between the average finished grade to the top of the flat roof. Now, as for lot coverage, the next proposal option here is to increase the lot coverage from 35 to 40% for one-story buildings. But we are proposing an option here where we lower the lot coverage for two-story building from 35% to 30%. We've also considered accessory structures and their lot coverages. So the option here is to decrease from 15% to 10% if your lot's greater than 460 square meters, as well as decrease from 7.5% to 5% if your lot is lower than 460 square meters. Driveway width was also considered, and we heard that through the public engagement period, mainly from the town park area. So we are considering to decrease the allowable driveway width to a single car driveway of 3.5 meters in width. And to reflect these changes that I just outlined from a zoning perspective, we will need to update our zoning bylaw and our mapping to provide a new suffix with SN to identify areas that are subject to such provisions. Ooh, it's a little small. So it was introduced at the May special council meeting, but staff will propose this as an option again, the introduction of a basic site plan control area to require single detached dwellings to be subject to site plan control. These are for redevelopment, large additions, or new builds that are equal or greater to 50 square meters. The approval authority will be delegated to staff, and there will be applicable application fees attached to that. We also mentioned about architectural design guidelines where will need to be established, and these guidelines will help set clear expectations on proportions, massing, and architectural details. And staff will most likely need to hire an architectural consultant to establish such guidelines. We've also received feedbacks in terms of there needs to be increase in communications. As such, staff is proposing such options to keep residents informed through an interactive map of new developments in the neighborhood. As mentioned in the beginning, Council passed the interim control bylaw in January, so this is just a reminder that the interim control bylaw will expire on January 30th, 2019. And if an amendment to the bylaw is to be made, the interim control bylaw will no longer be required. And staff will continue to evaluate the proposals that are listed tonight and consider the comments raised tonight as well. And we'll, of course, will provide a comprehensive report with recommendations be presented to a future general committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lawrence. As this is a public planning meeting, there is no limit to the number of delegations. Typically what I try to do is go through the audience once, and then there's specific questions we'll ask our planning staff to address those questions. I would ask that you come up to the microphone. You have 5 minutes. There's a warning tone at 4 minutes, and then the microphone will cut off at 5. If you wish to come back, you can come back for a second time. This is not an issue, but I would like to go through the audience at least once and give everybody who wishes to speak an opportunity to speak. And I would also ask that everyone respect the opinions, whether they may agree with your point of view or not. I would ask that you respect everyone's opinion, so keep the clapping and jeering to a minimum. Thank you. Who's going to be first? It doesn't hurt, we do not bite.
Good evening, councilors, mayor, and Mr. Ramuno. My name is George Skolikas. I live on 54 McClenny Drive. and I wanted to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. Before I make comments to the existing stable neighborhood study report, I would like to remind everyone of the incompatible and other character impacts that are created by these monster homes. These impacts are blocking sunlight, blocking wind, lack of privacy. In addition, these developments also affect housing affordability within stable neighborhoods. Central to the issue in creating these impacts is the current zoning bylaw, which allows lot coverage for 35% and maximum building heights of 10 meters. Unfortunately, the options presented in this latest report do nothing to alleviate the impacts created by these monster homes. Somewhere along the way, the message has been lost. Regarding the list of options presented tonight, I'm really perplexed, in particular with lot coverage and maximum building height. It is my understanding that the intent of a public meeting is for council and planning to listen to the public input. To my recollection, I fail to see how these options, in particular lot coverage and maximum building height, represent what the residents have been saying and asking for months. To that point, I have a couple comments and some questions for clarification. Regarding option number 2, the proposed reduction of maximum building height from 10 meters to 9 meters, measured to the midpoint of the roof, this option will do nothing to negate or mitigate the impacts created by these monster homes on the neighboring houses. Just to be clear, the difference of 1 meter is equivalent a little bit more, half the height of this podium. Half the height of the podium. I doubt that this 1 meter reduction would make any difference on the impacts of blocking sunlight and the impacts of blocking wind or preventing any lack of privacy. With respect to option 3, the building height definition, it is proposed to remain unchanged. For example, it's going to be measured from grade to midpoint of the roof. This is contradictory to what the residents have been asking. We've been asking for a measurement which should reflect the height from grade to the very top of the roof line, not to the midpoint. By the way, the current definition does not reflect the current zoning bylaw, which talks about maximum height of 10 meters in R3 and R7 zoning designations, which is dependent on the pitch of the roof. Therefore, if that's the case, that's not a maximum, but it is a range of different numbers, because as you have different styles of roofs, that number changes. So the definition needs to be changed to be a true maximum. Grade to the very top of the roof line is what I recommend. With respect to using a sliding scale for lot coverage of 40% for one-story buildings and 30% for two-story, I totally disagree. I don't understand where this came from. I have attended all the public meetings. I have attended the discussions. I have participated in debates, and I do not recall anyone asking for an increase in lot coverage.
1 minute, sir.
On the contrary, everyone's asked for a reduction in lot coverage, not an increase. In regards to the incompatible developments of these monster homes, there's currently 2 homes that are for sale. One is 12 Morning Crescent, and the other one is 46 Child. 12 Morning Crescent is over 6,000 square feet. It's a single-story dwelling, and it's selling for $2.69 million. Number 46 Child just went out for sale. I do not have the details, as the MLS listings do not have provided the details yet, but I would imagine it's well over 4,500 square feet, and it sells north of $2 million.
Okay, sir, the time's almost up.
Can I just conclude? Make a conclusion?
5 minutes, it cuts off, sir.
I'd like to make a conclusion.
You can come back.
short. Jeffrey Smith, I live at Regency Acres, and I think this is all about quality of life and competing paradigms. Regency Acres represents one paradigm. We have nice lots, we have trees, we have spaces between our houses, and an established neighborhood. And somewhere along the way, somebody was asleep at the switch. We've gone to paradigm 2, is represented by east of here. You have rows and rows of townhouses. You have new houses, single dwellings, that much space between them. This is a stark contrast to where I live. And I think the problem here is that we are trying to put paradigm 2 in place into paradigm 1. So I have a friend whose her house is now besieged by this monstrous house. She has no privacy. She has lighting. When their lights go on, they flood her house, they flood her property, and she's lost her quality of life. And I think quality of life should be the foremost part of any decision you make. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next, please. Again, I'll ask you to keep that down, please. Thank you very much, sir.
Next classes. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Pardon me? Perfect. Okay. My name is Peter Smith, and I live at 36 Seaton Drive in Aurora. Regency Acres is a 1960s gem and represents a model post-war planned subdivision. Residents accept that the demographics are changing and that new construction is inevitable. We sincerely hope the council understands that we are not opposed to two-story houses and welcome new dwellings which respect the character of the area. We take pride in our subdivision as it exists today, and we are determined to protect our neighborhood so that our families may continue to enjoy the values of our community. Other jurisdictions have spent considerable time reviewing and formulating plans for stable neighborhoods. Those of us living in the established communities of Aurora can't wait indefinitely on bylaws which directly impact us. Decisions by this council must be made before the character of our older neighborhoods are destroyed forever. The Regency Acres Ratepayers Association would like to make the following recommendations for zoning bylaw amendments. Number 1, that the 3 subdivisions in the stable neighborhood study be considered separately, and that the revised bylaws reflect and preserve the individual characteristics of each area. Number 2, that for Regency Acre, the height of the new buildings be reduced to 7 meters for 1 story, 8 meters for 1.5 stories, and 9 meters for 2 stories, measured from the highest point, i.e. that's the peak of the roof. And number 3, that for Regency Acres, bungalows are restricted to 25% lot coverage and 20% for all others. These proposals allow flexibility for a variety of builds and renovations, including additions to bungalows and 2 stories, while respecting the cherished rights to privacy, sunlight, and airflow. We feel that these suggestions, if approved, would act as a temporary cushion against excessive development and give council and the planning department time to conduct benchmark studies and to research long-term options. We would like to remind council that the whole reason for these meetings was stated in the official plan: to protect and preserve our stable neighborhoods as they evolve over time. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Allison Halls. I'm here to represent the Aurora Heights Ratepayers Association. And some of my comments are going to reflect what's already been said, but I'll say them anyways because we agree with them. We believe that each stable neighborhood needs its own standards to align with the compatibility of each of the different neighborhoods themselves. With regards to height, we think the maximum height should be 8.5 meters, not higher, that we should be measuring to the full height, not the midpoint, that the lot coverage should be 20 to 25% maximum, regardless of whether it's 1-story or 2-story, not a sliding scale. Accessory buildings should not be in addition to the lot coverage maximum. They should be incorporated in the lot coverage maximums. Architectural details, and I'm going by the report that was given out front here. This is comment for page 5 of 14, where it comments about architectural details and that a consultant may need to be engaged. We would like to say that we don't think the taxpayers should pay for that consultant, but that the homeowner, builder, developer, whoever it is that's in the process, that should come out of their pocket. With regards to page 6 about public education, we would like to request that the ratepayers associations, all of those representing the stable neighborhoods, be notified of anything to do with those neighborhoods, planning new developments, etc., and then we can communicate out to our bases. We also would like to suggest that a representative or a delegate from each of the stable neighborhoods associations be invited to any variance request meetings. I'm not sure if I'm using the right terminology, but if somebody is asking for something to go be built differently than what is changed in the zoning, then a delegate could be invited to represent each of the stable neighborhoods. The other thing I'd just like to say, generally speaking, is that, and I've attended all these meetings as well, there's a lot of comments that, you know, we should be allowing new development, et cetera, et cetera. From what I can see, there's more than enough styles and configurations of new houses, monster houses, whatever you'd like to have on the east side of Aurora. I don't think we need to start, as this gentleman said, squeezing this new type of construction with tall, big, wide into neighborhoods that are perfectly well enjoyed the way they are. And if somebody wants to live in that type of home, they can go to those neighborhoods. And if people want to live in our types of homes, they can go to our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Please. Thank you. Sir.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, my name is Terry Miller and I live at 2 Cameron Avenue in the Cousins Cameron area with my wife Marilyn. After discussion with Lawrence Cook of planning and testing these proposals against my own property, I'm strongly opposed to the proposed changes because I feel the increase of the current parameters in the existing bylaw will be regressive and become too constricting. The measures, if adopted, would be a burden to some existing properties in the study area in the event a homeowner wishes to stay where they are and put on an addition to their home or simply do some home improvements that expand their footprint on the lot. The proposals have the potential to cause a devaluation to current market values of some properties because there could be less that someone could do with the property in future. I've heard this proposal referred to unofficially as the Stop the Monster Homes bylaw, and I don't think that 2,600 to 2,800 square feet in 2 stories is a monster. It represents what 100 to 200 square miles of housing in the GTA alone over the past 4 decades or so. Our home at 2 Cameron is a single-story bungalow unit built in the summer of 1960 and is 1,382 square feet. Because there's a double garage is attached via a breezeway, it is considered to be 2,037 feet, or as some people in the neighborhood probably say, sprawling in a monster. However, due to the setback and side yard rules already in the existing bylaw, there is not a lot that can be done to expand the footprint. But in future, if someone wanted the location but needed or wanted more space, they could put a second story on the home and make it 2,764 feet. Now, this is when this proposal would really start to bite. With the reduction of the existing 35% lot coverage to 30 for a 2-story structure, our home would only have 3% margin, or 228.6 square feet of margin to put the second story on, to conform to the regulations. And in my opinion, that's too constricting, too restrictive, and too narrow a margin. Additionally, reduction in maximum height may seriously impact the second story. I was out in the yard the other day measuring the eaves and doing calculations and sketches. I've calculated the increased height and a tentative finished height with the second story and the proposed reduction from 10 meters to 9 meters. If the top point of the roof measurement remains this midpoint, then it could just barely happen. If the bylaw were to change the way the height was measured to the highest point of the roof, then 9 meters were to be applied. It would probably prevent a pitched roof if it were to be expanded. I hope you see the downhill chain of impacts here that this could cause to people like my wife and myself. You're impacting the market value of our home by changing the rules regarding the potential of the property in future, and I haven't even discussed the event of someone purchasing for demolition and rebuilding from scratch. Pity them in that circumstance. Lastly, reducing driveway width is, I consider, a very draconian measure. Most households have and need 2 cars these days. Try parking 2 cars in most single driveways with the depth of the driveways at present, and then add a sidewalk if it happens to be there. I've already experienced that here in Aurora, up behind here in City Hall, and where the sidewalk barely allowed 1 mid-sized vehicle. And I'm not going to mention the recent extermination of all the on-street parking in the study area due to the 3-hour limit. So it just compounds. I ask all of you to move this proposal back to where it rightfully belongs, nowhere. But if you must, I respectfully ask that it be turned down at General Committee Council, and at the very least, I propose you limit your change, and at the very least, limit your changes to increasing the single-story coverage to 40%, leaving the single-story coverage at 35%. No changes to the height calculation method, nor the 10-meter maximum. No changes to the driveways unless they are to be enlarged. If you do push ahead with it, that you consider grandfathering certain properties to an exemption status to mitigate the injurious impacts these narrow margins within this bylaw will cause. Thank you.
That works both ways, okay? Thank you very much, sir. You did that very well. We appreciate that.
Everybody, my name's Spencer, and I live in the Aurora Heights area of the Stable neighborhood. And first thing I'd like to say is I agree with the intent of the idea to try and keep the charm of the neighborhoods. And I also agree with some of the earlier speakers that some of the limitations that are here aren't really going to address that. If I took my lot on Jasper Drive and I maxed it out to what's proposed, there's going to be a lot of upset people. So I don't know that this is really going to accomplish anything as it's intended. But the one thing I've kind of not heard from anybody in the meetings previous or even up till now is some of the intangible language. In my neighborhood, it's changing very quickly. You know, and I live in a 1,000-square-foot bungalow. I have 3 kids under 7. I'm kind of the future of the town. I'm the future of the neighborhood, and it's changing that way. There's lots of kids coming in, lots of babies going around, and it's changing. The concern I have is the language about without limitation, the control of building materials, color, and architectural detail. That's very open, it's very broad, and the question I have is, when would that kind of stuff be established? You know, the agenda says that you'd hire a consultant to try and establish those things, but if the bylaw were to get put through before that's established, that's kind of defeats the whole purpose. I don't know that you'd be able to answer any questions now, but that's really my main concern. And if going forward I decided to put a second story on my house, which I could still do with the limitations that are there, if I chose to do my house in board and batten for financial reasons, with that language, the council could say, no, you need to do your house in brick and stone. I may not be able to do my renovation. So that language in particular is what I have key concerns about. I'd like to hear how that would, you know, the timing of that prior to a bylaw, so that there's opportunity to reject or go ahead with whatever's going to be proposed, because we don't know what that is at this time. And that's, at the moment, that's really kind of all I have to point out. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Sandra Sangster. I'm a resident of Regency Acres at 46 Holman Crescent and also the secretary for the Regency Acres Ratepayers Association. The official plan, which was created in 2010 and approved by the province, appears to provide a clear direction for redevelopment in Aurora. Reading this document, one would assume that the town is taking a commendable approach to redevelopment in existing older neighborhoods. The plan makes a number of clear statements regarding the importance of protecting stable neighborhoods, ensuring that redevelopment is compatible in terms of building scale, design, as well as respecting and reinforcing the existing physical character of these neighborhoods. The reality at the moment is very different. There is a massive disconnect between the vision and policies set forth in the official plan and the redevelopment that is underway in Regency Acres. The new builds that have been completed or are underway are massive in scale, dwarf neighboring homes, and substantially change the mix of affordability in the area, as previously noted in terms of real estate prices. An official plan, in my view, means little unless the bylaws are changed in a way that ensures that the intent, the commendable intent of the plan, is achieved. Particularly noteworthy is section 8.1.34 of the development policies section, which states, all new development within the stable neighborhood designation shall have a maximum height of 3 stories or 9 meters, whichever is less. I think the next part is key. The implementing zoning bylaw may provide more restrictive height limits based on the specific context of a neighborhood. And I think it's that part that is really not happening insofar as Regency is concerned. Aurora's current bylaws conflict with the official plan in allowing a maximum height of 10 meters, and we understand that that is being proposed to change, to limit it to 9 meters measured to the midpoint. I think the reality, though, is given the steeply pitched architectural style that is in favor these days, a finished roof line is going to end up substantially well over 10 meters by the time the home is completed. And I think it's important to note in our closest neighbor, Newmarket, measures height to the peak, allowing 7.5 meters for a 1-story home, 10 meters for 2 stories. Mature neighborhoods in Brampton have imposed a limit of 8.5 meters, which I think would be more in keeping with a stable neighborhood. Section 8.1.4 of the design policy section of the plan goes on to state that all new development within the stable neighborhoods designation shall respect and reinforce the existing physical character and uses of the surrounding area, with particular attention to building type, heights, and scale of nearby residential properties. Photos of the new builds that Regency ratepayers have provided to the Mayor and Council clearly show a lack of congruence or respect for the height, scale, and type of the existing neighboring properties. To sum up, the reason we are here delegating again, as we did at previous meetings, is because the official plan is disconnected from the reality of the redevelopment that is being allowed. An official plan, in my view, has little meaning when the policies and bylaws necessary to support the implementation of the plan are out of sync with the direction and vision, and it was a commendable vision, as they seem to be in this case. I was a senior manager for research with the York Region School Board, and periodically I was involved in leading public consultation processes about policy development. Thus, I'm quite familiar with how I think these processes should occur, and we have now had 3 public meetings, this being the 3rd. It is our feeling at this point that some of the key points that we have raised in all of these prior meetings have not been heard. While I commend the proposed basic site plan process that is being considered in tonight's report, I am very concerned that a new lot coverage proposal has been put forward for Council to consider that would allow up to 40% lot coverage for a 1-story home. At none of the previous meetings was there any support that I heard in people's comments in favor of greater lot coverage. Our closest neighbor, Newmarket, allows 35% for a 1-story home and 25% for a 2-story home, while Brampton allows 30%. These limits would be more in keeping with the input residents in our stable neighborhoods have already provided to this council. These latest proposals that at least some members of council seem to be prepared ignore. Sorry, I knew I've lost my... I think that the challenge is here that the feedback that's been provided versus the report that's being put forward tonight, there seems to be yet another disconnect that favors developers, increases potentially property tax revenue, which I suppose from the town's point of view is great, but it does nothing to protect our stable neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor and councillors, here we go once again. I don't know how many times I've spoken before this in regards to the monster homes. I'm not going to speak about specifics. Tonight, it's all about quality of life for the people that are living in the immediate area where these things are being built. Last week, 6:30 in the morning, big dump trucks rumbling down the street so that at 7 o'clock they could open the gate, start the backhoes up at 7:01. I don't know how you people feel, but 6:30 is just a little too early. Noise pollution. The noise pollution from these things when they're being built is disgusting. You are forced in your house. You can't have an open window. You can't have company. You can do nothing. You are a prisoner in your home. Sunlight. Your sunlight is gone. You can't garden. Your trees die. Your lawns die. You don't get out. You have no air circulation because they block it. You have no night sky if you're an astronomer or something like that. You can't look up. The quality, the value of your house has now been diminished. At night, nuisance lighting. The one house behind me on 46 Child. If they leave the lights on all night, as I have said before, I can sit in my backyard and read the headlines of a newspaper. Even drapes. Nothing works. The bylaw people say, oh, well, they can't do that, but you know what? It's still happening. It still continues. And I still continue to read my newspaper at 3 o'clock in the morning. I have spent a fortune buying trees and installing them because I can't increase my fence height. I am living in a fishbowl. And if you've seen the house and you've seen my backyard, you know I have no privacy. I have a fence that meets the limit. I've put trees up. I can't increase the fence again. The ground levels. I've been in touch with the planning and other people. Until they put the final layer of sod down, there was water in my backyard because they left a bed of clay and it would just run down and into my backyard. You must do something about that in the building phase. Truck traffic in and out constantly. Oversized vehicles with front end, back end loaders, crashing, banging, 6:30 in the morning, 7 o'clock at night, they're still going. There's no consideration for the residents that live adjacent or behind or whatever. You've got to think about it. It's got to be included in the bylaw. People that have lived there 45, 50 years have to have some rights. And that is where I end. Thank you.
Excuse me. Hold on, please. Excuse me, we didn't get your name? Could you please come back to the microphone so we could have it on the tape? Thank you.
It's Robin Gray, and I live in Regency Acres.
Thank you very much. Who's next?
Hello, I'm Roxana Farrell. My address is 63 Larmont Street. I just have a couple of things to say. I'm concerned about the building height because with the increased weather and flooding and ice storms that we have to consider with new buildings that we have to increase the ground level. That if we diminish the height that is proposed, then we won't be able to actually increase our height level to approximately 1 meter. You don't want to build on ground level. That will increase flooding. So I think that the height that is now set should be the height that should remain. You lose a meter just to increase so that you won't get flooded. And with the weather and the change of the environment, I think we have to be considerate to our homes and that we don't waste our expenses to build a home from scratch if we don't increase it and have it off of the ground. The second thing I wanted to say was it's almost all for one or one for all. Either the whole of Aurora changes to this new stable neighborhood or none. Because if you are in a stable neighborhood and you are juxtaposed either behind you or either side of you to a property that is not a stable neighborhood, then they would be able to keep the heights as high as they want, the coverage as wide as they want within what is now recommended or what now exists. So what happens to the juxtaposed properties that are not within the stable neighborhood area? The third thing is I'm very concerned about the architect's limit. I am an architect, so that sort of sets the tone here. But what happens when an architect sets what the minimum requirements are, or as another person said, if you're not allowed to have wood exterior and you have to have brick exterior. My home is probably the most artistic home in Aurora. It's called the Blueprint House. And if I did not go the extra mile and bring in that artistic element, that element is crucial to the development of a town. The artistic element is not considered in your proposal. That means everybody's going to be the same. There's no growth of vision. There's no sort of development in terms of that element. So I'm concerned about putting on limitations unnecessarily when you have people who do have vision. And also, we need to grow. I'm not saying yes, monster home. I think the title is very awkward. But we need to grow. We need to develop. Aurora is growing. So we have to keep up. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Sir.
My name's Eric Crockford. I live at number 12 Child Drive, Aurora. A few miscellaneous comments just before I begin. Concerning the house that went up for sale at 46 Child Drive, I believe in what was said previously that probably it will sell between something like $2.5 and $3 million. But what one has to think about is the family residence that was demolished in order to build that edifice. Secondly, the correct height of any building is from the ground level to the midpoint of the roof. I suggest this is a definition put forward by developers. I certainly hope it's not taught in our schools. The Oxford Dictionary defines a house as a building of a building of human habitation. It defines a home as a residence of a family. There's a big difference there, and I'd like you to consider that. Now, just over a year ago, a number of real estate agents descended on our neighborhood in Aurora, and I have no problem with that, as long as they represent families and not speculators and developers. After all, they're entitled to earn a living like everybody else. Most of them were polite and professional, and when told no, I'd rather not sell my house, they smiled, thanked me very much, and were on their way. One I did have a problem with. She wouldn't take no for an answer. Oh, but I can get almost $1 million for your house, she kept saying. I can get almost $1 million for your house. I looked at her and said, this is not only my house, this is my home. I think she got the message and left. Think about that for a moment. Home. Doesn't it conjure up a warm and cozy thought and happy memories? My wife and I have lived in our home since 1966. It's where we raised our family, where they were able to walk to school safely, and at the end of the day would step inside the house and say, Mom, I'm home. It's where, as adults, they visit regularly. It's where birthdays and holidays are celebrated. It's also where they come on Mother's Day. And I would add that this type of behavior is not exclusive to the Crockford household, but prevalent throughout our neighborhood. And so, Mr. Mayor and fellow councillors, I implore you to do the right thing and change the zoning bylaws so that my wife and I, together with the majority of people here present tonight and many more who were unable to make it, can continue to live in a neighborhood of modest family homes and not a neighborhood ruined I repeat, not a neighborhood in an area ruined by big incompatible houses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. My name's David Butler, and I live on Tyler Street. And I have two general issues here. I've been generally following this development as personal interest, but for the most part I've kept quiet because it didn't affect my specific address. I attended the last meeting, and I do not recall seeing Tyler Street on that map as a stable neighborhood. I am shocked that it has been added. If anybody has driven down Tyler Street, you'll know that probably 50% or more of the homes have already been torn down, rebuilt, added, renovated. In fact, there are several homes under construction right now. Living on Tyler Street, I don't understand why it would be added to the stable neighborhood map. It makes no sense. It's a little too late, as my neighbor just told me. I am not in favor of any of these changes. And as somebody who, when I purchased my house 18 years ago, I reviewed the bylaws and understood what they meant. Now, sometime later, people want to change that. That is going to have a huge impact on my property value. And as somebody that purchased the house, as somebody who pays the taxes there, I am not in favor of any of these changes at all. and how it's going to impact my family, my value, and my real estate. So I would ask that Tyler Street be removed from the stable neighborhood. It doesn't make sense. Take a drive down the street, and am not in favor of any of these changes for Tyler Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. And I will ask you to introduce yourself again, sir.
My name is George Flukas, and I live at 54 McClenny Drive. I think last time I was up here speaking, I was talking about affordability, and I mentioned the sale of a house that's going for $2.7 million, number 12 Morning Crescent. I wanted to add to that by proposing a sliding scale of a lot coverage between 40% for 40% for one story and 30% for a two-story, not only you're changing the affordability of these neighborhoods, but you're also changing the character of the neighborhood. This is contrary to the official plan. Regarding affordability, I recall that this council fought for affordability rental units last fall when discussing a proposed 6-story apartment building at the northeast corner of Wellington Street and John West Way, just down the corner here. Can this council please also fight for affordability within stable neighborhoods? With respect to option number 5, part 2, this is something I don't understand. The option is for lot coverage of accessory buildings, proposing a reduction from 7.5 to 5% for residential buildings less than 460 meters square. For clarity purposes, please explain how this pertains to the study areas, as none of the lots in R3 and R7 are designated in the designated zoning areas are less than 460. In the last public meeting on May 29th, I recall Councilor Maracas stating that there's an opportunity for Aurora to develop a Made in Aurora approach to protecting the stable neighborhoods. A Made in Aurora approach should include zoning changes for the 3 distinct study areas and a benchmark approach. Now for the positives. Residents ask for the introduction of a new suffix to identify the 3 distinct areas within stable neighborhoods, and you listened. Residents in the town park asked for single-car driveways, and you listened. Residents in the town park asked for a reduction in percentage for accessory buildings, and you listened. Residents asked for new development to be sympathetic to the form and character of the existing developments, and you proposed a basic site plan control. A good tool for controlling building material, color, architectural design, detail, and in keeping with the character of these neighborhoods as dictated by the official plan. These are all good things. I propose that the list of options be significantly changed to address changes which will protect stable neighborhoods from incompatible developments. I'm not against these new developments, I'm against incompatible developments. An earlier point that was made by a gentleman that was here talking about his 2,000 or his 1,200 square foot bungalow, he wanted to increase to 2,000 square feet. That's not considered a monster home. A 6,000 square foot, a 4.5 or 4,500 square foot home is very incompatible. Those homes are out of character, and in order to protect our stable neighborhoods, we have to change the zoning bylaws. Get the zoning changes as soon as possible to protect these neighborhoods. If this council wants to protect stable neighborhoods, the zoning bylaws must change to a reasonable lot coverage and a reasonable building height. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Joanne Banfield, and I live at 104 Temperance Street. I think really the thing that we need to address in our community is, I don't know how we came up with the stable neighborhood moniker on Temperance. The whole community is already half developed with big, beautiful homes, George Street has been left out, although it's probably still half left to be developed. I think what we're losing sight of is the long-term vision, the picture going forward. The way I see it now, Yonge Street is, the transit corridor will eventually be all developed. It will all be high-density residential, probably going down all through Aurora, right down Yonge Street. Temperance Street being one in. 20 years from now, probably the best use of that space will be townhouses, duplexes. And I think by making this type of a bylaw, devaluing our properties so that we're locked into some type of growth going forward, is not going to do anything to benefit the community. There's already, in my little pocket of 6 or 8 houses, there's 4 or 5 rentals. So it's already a neighborhood in transition. Kennedy's being developed, George Street is on its way, Reuben is essentially done. That's the pocket we live in. So perhaps in our case, stable neighborhood is, we should be like the gentleman said on Tyler, perhaps that's moniker should be removed. We certainly support progress going forward, and we do not want to lose the ability to, down the line, I'm not talking tomorrow, but 20 years, if we want to sell that property to a developer and something else wants to come in on that transit corridor, we don't want to lose that option. Thank you.
Thank you. I will ask you to introduce yourself again.
Terry Miller, 2 Cameron Avenue. And I haven't changed my mind, I'm still opposed. But I wanted to raise a point, and this is something that I never thought of and I've experienced at 2 Cameron. When the block that we live on, we're in the northeast corner, and the block bounded by Yonge, Cameron, Cousins, and Royal, it's as flat as this floor. And I had 3 different landscape contractors and one architect a few years ago tell me that the council of the day, 1960, when that, and before, when that was developed, there just was no drainage plan in place. So, and you can see it by where the grass grows in backyards. So it is a separate issue, but it underscores the point, the lady who talked about the weather, changing weather, and sacrificing and arguing over a meter of height. If you push the height limit down, then people are going to be forced to get in under the limitation, are going to sink the house as low as possible, and put it closer, the main floor closer to grade, put in window wells, basement window wells, and in the clay soils around Aurora, and in that area I mentioned where we live, where there's a few springs, some of them under the street and affecting the storm sewer system, it's a very valid point. If you start crushing down the height, and when I heard some of the numbers about some of the other municipalities, no, I'm not an architect, but I have built a house or 2 and done drawings, and also have the professional background to know how to calculate and know the thicknesses. And when somebody was talking about another municipality, that when I was sitting up there doing the math, well, I haven't seen a house recently where you walk into upstairs bedroom and the ceilings are 6.5 feet or 7 feet, or all the room ceilings. Like, people we have to use what is, we have to do the math. That's what I'm saying. And if you start doing the math, and in fact, I got a minute, we'll do it real quickly here. You take allow the better part of a foot for your first floor, 8 feet for the room, another foot for the second floor, 8 feet. Now we're up to 18 feet, and then you add another one for the attic, the roof, ceiling joists, then put your pitch on, and then keep up above in the flat areas, like in our neighborhood, where the block is as flat as this room. Now you've lost all your height. You want your house up, now you've lost your height. So forgetting about the emotional part of, well, it should be 9 or it should be 10, that lady raised an exceptional point. Similarly, the people on Tyler Street, oh, and she also raised, and as the people on Tyler Street are saying, I never thought to say, it should be all or none. I've asked you to walk away from this or turn it backwards or oppose it. I'm opposed to it. I'm asking the council to do the same thing. But if you see merit in some of the things of it, go ahead and put it in the whole town. Don't pull out some of us that are going to be financially exposed down the road, and because we're on this side of the fence or on this side of the street and side of the boundary, and then, as the lady before me said, you're affecting down the road 15, 20 years. Marilyn and I don't have 15, 20 years, but down the road, you're affecting us financially if these restrictions go. So I underscore that point as well. It's all or none. Make it fair to everybody and get rid of this area. You're setting up a class structure or whatever you want to call it, but you're not treating everybody fairly. It's that simple. I can't underscore it enough.
Thank you, sir.
Peter Rankel. I live at 5 Cameron Avenue. Mayor, council members. I spoke last month on, or at the last meeting on May 29th, and I still am of the same opinion. I think this undertaking is a valuable exercise. My concern is, again, the proverbial slippery slope that I see this headed in. I think we're all here today, and I think the entire exercise, the genesis of the exercise, was to address, quote unquote, the monster house scenario, which I think, to a person in the room, I think that is the concern. I think how you address that and maintain the true objective of this exercise, that's what's key. I think I'm hearing from other delegates tonight affecting property values, affecting one's ability to improve their existing residence. That's all the stuff that's going to get caught up into if this isn't done properly. Now, the current OP has a section, number 8, as you all know, protecting stable neighborhoods. And it has some very good language in there, and it speaks to the fact that new developments must be compatible with the surrounding context, and that there are mechanisms in place to ensure that. But I understand from speaking with staff that the site plan control process is actually not in place. It's not a requirement. I think, quite frankly, a planning tool such as site plan control and introducing urban design guidelines, I think, frankly, that is the town's best tool to address, again, the objective at hand here. That said, while proper checks and balances need to be in place to certainly address the concern, and again, it's that monster home that I believe is the main concern, and then obviously everything spirals and gets added on from that. But as long as the site plan control, the requirements and obligations under those site plan controls and the urban design guidelines, as long as they remain to be reasonable and not unfairly onerous to an applicant, again, that's something that we have to be cautious of. That said, I think that is the town's most useful tool in addressing the true objective here. To go and make blanket changes to the zoning bylaws in terms of setbacks, lot coverages, building heights, I think, quite frankly, I don't think that's needed. I don't think it's needed as a hammer or a tool to achieve your objective here. I think, quite frankly, to the contrary, it's going to be misguided at best and potentially, as I said, harm property values, hinder residents' ability to improve their home. We definitely strongly object to that. A couple of other points. I have a minute and a half here left. I heard repeatedly at the last meeting and again tonight the word affordability. Affordability is neither here nor there. That is not the purpose of this objective here tonight. I have to vehemently just disagree with that. Word should never come up. That is not the council's or the town's obligation to address this in the stable neighborhood study. Your objective should be that we have a unique environment, a unique neighborhood, different from, as someone said, the east side of Bayview and all that, and that's what we have to protect. If that house is $2 million or $3 million, so be it. I would have loved to move into Hunter's Glen, many years ago, but now, you know what, that's not happening, and that's neither here nor there. So I think a sliding scale should be looked at for lot coverage, because again, to just do a blanket change at 25% or 30%, it's just not going to work as a blanket implementation. Two quick things. I heard the impact to neighbors during construction. Absolutely. Quality of life is going to be impacted. That should be addressed. It can be addressed under site plan control. That is a valid point. And again, architectural qualities, that can also be addressed with site plan control and urban design guidelines. Again, as long as those requirements are not overly onerous, but no need to start looking at the site plan, the zoning bylaw changes.
It's time, sir. Thank you very much.
Good evening. Greg Kessler. I live in Regency Acres. I think it's important, because you folks will ultimately decide the fate of development in Aurora, I just think it's important for the public to know which of the councillors have actually taken the time to visit these contentious sites and educate themselves, because if you're ultimately deciding, we'd like to know that you represented us well and did your diligence and actually visited some of these contentious sites. So I don't know if anyone wants to step up and say yay or nay, but I think it's important for the public to know. And if we were to assume that nobody did because their hands are down, that's a sad statement.
We've all been around.
Wonderful to know. So second part of that, I'm just wondering who thought that those visits, those homes were appropriate in the neighborhoods they visited?
Sir, I appreciate your point, but this is for you to give us some information.
Understood, but it's important for us to know how we're being represented.
We will have that discussion at council.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know. So I'm glad that each of you took the time to go. One other point I'd just like to add is, why reinvent the wheel when our sister community in Newmarket already has what we in Regency Acres think is a little bit too generous, but why wouldn't we just piggyback onto an existing amendment to their bylaw, make it really simple? Then we wouldn't have to be contentious between two neighborhoods, Aurora and Newmarket. They would just kind of coexist in terms of development. Just a thought.
Thank you.
Okay.
I guess it's me again, Peter Smith.
Could you back up, sir?
Pardon me?
Back away from the microphone.
Okay.
Thank you.
I've got several comments. Some of them are a little harsh. What several speakers forget is that bylaws get reviewed every 5 to 10 years. And no one can predict what future property values will be. It just ain't in the works. There's also another comment about incorporating all the stable neighborhoods in town. What this will mean is delay, while the other stable neighborhoods get on board. We, in the 3 study areas, have been involved from the get-go, and that's enough. First of all, I want to say that 4 working days advance release of public documents is not acceptable by any standard. I have heard that people think that this was a deliberate attempt to discourage comments. This report, like the previous one, was full of errors and, in my opinion, reflects poorly on the town. For example, public comments were not included in the options.
lot coverage of 40% was never discussed in previous meetings, and yet is tabled as an option. We cannot allow Regency Acres to become another vulnerable subdivision where oversized houses have replaced our homes. Places like North York and Richmond Hill, where the new construction has completely taken over the character of the neighborhoods. We keep hearing that the public are divided equally on whether or not changes are being made to the bylaws. These views seem questionable in light of attendance at town meetings, where 90% of the people clearly supported changes. Emails to planning department and councilors must surely reflect similar viewpoints. Therefore, we respectfully ask that the official percentage of documents, pro and con, for this important issue be released. Canada is a democracy where majority rules. Should we as concerned residents concede to the wishes of the minority? Once again, we respectfully request an official physical measurement of house dimensions for 57 Fairway Drive to confirm the 35% lot coverage. Several requests have been made previously, but ignored by the planning department. We need proof. Another question, how many plans for new builds in the Regency Acres have been approved to date for 2018? I want to stress that the maximum height for new buildings in Regency Acres must be set at 9 meters, measured from the roof peak. And we are peeved, or in other P-letter words, to describe the inaction of council. We elected you to represent us as the taxpayers. Please help us with this important issue by voting for bylaw amendments to protect our stable neighborhoods. Thank you.
Next, please.
Hi there, Janet Gilliver, Regency Acres. I have lived in many areas of Aurora, actually. Came back to the Regency Acres area after my mom passed away. For me, I hear people talking about the value of their property, etc. I'm a person that should be concerned about the value of my property due to the fact that it is basically my retirement per se, but I'm not. I'm in favor of bylaw changes to protect the neighborhood that I currently live in, and because I think it is about privacy, it is about keeping, things kind of gel with the whole neighborhood. I'm not against people putting on additions, taking out the whole house if they wanted to, and putting up something, but just having it mix in a little bit better than what has been done to date. That's all. I will say this, that the people that built the house across the street from me moved in on Saturday, and it warmed my heart when I saw bikes being unloaded into the garage, and later that evening, the kids were outside playing. So, I'm not adverse to change, but I think it has to be done in a compatible type of way in that neighborhood as well as the others. And as far, my house is 980 square feet. That is it.
Spencer Shannon again. I live in the Aurora Heights neighborhood, and listening to everybody speak, and I don't want to disrespect anybody, but we're discussing a technical document on building in particular areas, and the idea of our kids walking to school and back and coming into a welcome home, they have no business in a building bylaw that's going to determine the height of the roof. I would also challenge to say that people that move into these monster homes don't have horns or forked tongues. They're still nice people. I'm of the impression that Orchard Heights was named that way because at one time it was an apple orchard. I don't know if that's true or not, but let's go on the assumption that that is true. And I'm sure at the time that all those houses were built, we could have filled the room with a bunch of farmers that said that shouldn't be there. And to have people come and say that everything has to be stopped and made compatible the way they are and the houses need to stay the way they are, I don't think that has any place in a technical bylaw as far as building goes. And I don't think this is the appropriate audience for that or the appropriate place for it. Thank you.
46 Holman Crescent. I just have a couple of comments in relation to some of the points that have been previously raised. The official plan talks about providing a range and mix of housing, and I think, as you've heard tonight, there is a concern about the 4,000 and 5,000 square foot homes that are popping up in Regency Acres or that are planned. It's not that we would object to anybody doubling the size of their house by adding a second floor. To us, I think, speaking for the ratepayers group, that is not, in our view, a monster house. Something that is 4,000 square feet, and we have examples in the neighborhood, that is pushing the envelope. In our official plan for Aurora talks about providing a range and mix of housing. So as existing stable neighborhoods undergo this kind of transition it's a fairly radical transition. Aurora is piece by piece and house by house going to lose that range and mix of housing that is mentioned quite clearly in our town's official plan. Environmental issues, and this is a separate point, have been raised, and I can appreciate the issue about extreme weather events because these are happening more and more often. What concerns me is the notion that we would allow 40% lot coverage, because then, Toronto has gone through some flood mitigation in relation to the rivers that feed into Lake Ontario. You don't put hardscaping in those situations or cover those areas with more and more percentages of buildings, because I would imagine, and I don't have the technical background to really speak for sure on this topic, but the fact if you then allow increasing a 40% coverage, the capacity for runoff in those neighborhoods is reduced, which then may have an impact on neighboring houses. So I just raise that as a potential issue as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers, please.
Hi, my name is Leah Clark. I live at 73 Seton Drive. I am directly affected by the changes in the homes that are structures, I'll call them, that are going on in the Regency community. In addition to the structures that seem to be going up, the size is a problem. And I think that by measuring, you have to take into account when you're referencing roofs, if you're talking a peak, you have to understand there's ways around that. Flat roofs now become a problem. So a flat roof can now go full story because there is no peak. And it's not a peak, so now it's a full story. So we essentially are running into an issue like the development up here on Magna, where we have square boxes, which are not always being used as single-family homes. They are being used as rental units. You have upwards of 10 to 16 people living in them, which then provides a parking problem. It's a drain on resources, our water, electricity. There's so many other things to consider. It's not a cut and dry height lot coverage. You have to think outside of the box, so to speak. How is this going to affect all the other things that come along with running a home? A lot of them is traffic and water and noise and the garbage. And it's just got to come to under some control. I now have, because of the approval of the Aurora Retirement Center development, I now have 36 windows staring down on me. And I can't do anything about that. I have no longer any privacy. I have no more daylight. I have lost my view. I have to now listen to continual 24/7 air conditioning motors, heater motors, days, mornings, nights, weekends, holidays, never stops. And now it's going on with these structures that are being built that are, say they're single-family homes, but they are not. And so you need to kind of take that into consideration as well. We're not just dealing with a lot coverage and a height issue. We're dealing with all the other things that come along and how all those other things affect the community and our resources. And as I said in my email, that I support changes that will help these communities, the stable ones, continue to be stable. They've thrived the way they have for, some people have said their families have been here 100 years. Everything's been fine. We need to keep that, or we lose the identity within Aurora of these areas, and we become nothing. We just become boxes. And it's just not, it's too much. And for those of us that live in these communities that are having to deal with all of the other things that come along with the building, the trucks, the noise, the continual refusal of people, whether it's they're building a home or they're building whatever it is, the refusal to follow the bylaws in regards to noise and garbage and everything else. So there's a whole offshoot of things to consider. It's not cut and dry height lot coverage, which is a problem and definitely needs to be addressed. But I beg you to please consider all of those other aspects that go into it, because if it happens for one, it's going to happen for another. And somebody is going to find a way around the rules to get what they want for their own needs. And when you're moving into a community that has been structured and stable for so long, I don't think it's unfair to ask that you respect that community and how it has been. I really think that you need to respect those communities, and you need to support the people that live in those communities so that those areas stay stable and they're a draw for people. It's not just another cookie cutter part of town. It's very emotional, I understand that, and I see it, and it's hard for me because I also have to deal with this building that is now behind me. But my concern is that's what's going to happen, is people are going to get away from the peaks because they're going to want to go full, and we're going to have boxes, and we're going to have apartments. And then it's not our neighborhood anymore. You have to help support us and keep them the way they are. Thank you.
Richard Perry, 10 Banff Drive. I'm actually the new president of the ratepayers for our area, Aurora Heights. I spoke last time we had the meeting, and I gave you a little bit of the history. At the end of the day, if there is nothing else you take from this meeting, is people are upset about monster homes. Something that is way too big for the area. That is being heard loud and clear by everybody in this room, including every one of the councillors and the mayor. So, history-wise, again, I'm going to go back to it, because I grew up in Regency Acres. I lived my whole life in this town. Regency Acres was all bungalows. The only 2 stories in Regency Acres were semi-detached 2 stories. And I think there's maybe 5 or 6 of them in Regency Acres. There used to be when it was built. Talking about about the town park area. The town park, that is a completely different area from Regency Acres, the same as Aurora Heights. They're 3 distinct areas, and they have been throughout the whole time that they've existed. Aurora Heights has some 2-story homes in it, has some side splits, has some bungalows. So it needs to be considered differently from the other 2 areas. My father-in-law, who passed away in 2009, was born on a table on a house on Larmont Street. There's a tree and a plaque for him in the town park. There's a street named after him that the council approved that's up by the new police headquarters, York Region. My wife and I have been in this town. We've seen everything. The monster homes are the problem, and that's what you have to address. So as council, you have to sit and you have to deliberate as to what you're going to do about the monster homes. I've heard everybody talk here, and I understand, and what I don't understand, and I know I can't ask you to answer this question, but Tyler Street and Temperance, where'd they come from? They were never, ever mentioned, so somebody must have complained on those streets for you to put them into the mix. There were 3 areas: Aurora Heights, Regency Acres, and the town park area, Wells Street area. I don't understand where you came up with adding those 2 other areas. Those homes have been big, old homes for as long as I can remember. So all I'm asking is that you consider the monster home issue, because that's what people are upset about. Everybody in this room, I don't think there's anybody in this room doesn't want a house that has no clearance on either side and blocks out all the sunlight. People's quality of life is very important, and I really have a problem with people talking about affordability, because nothing's affordable in Aurora for our kids. Our kids could never buy in this town. It's too expensive. It's just the way it's gotten. So let's not even go there. The bottom line is, monster homes, you have to address that issue. These new bills that are coming around and that are being built way up in this, like the height is just too high, people. You've got to do something about it. You can't forget about other people that have lived there for years and their quality of life. Please address the issue, which is monster homes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Peter Rankle, 5 Cameron Avenue. Apologies, didn't think I was going to speak again, but heard a couple of delegates speak after I had spoken. And again, I want to reiterate that I think that council and staff, actually, it's right at their grasp, the tools that they need to achieve their objective here, and that is a form of site plan control. The key word here, monster homes getting bandied around tonight, and I think we're all in agreement with that. But the key word is we're talking about stable neighborhoods. We're talking about established old neighborhoods and compatibility. Compatibility. There's absolutely no reason that a house, an infill lot, a house, an addition, whatever you want to, whatever happens in an existing stable neighborhood, there's absolutely no reason it shouldn't be compatible. Period, full stop. It needs to be compatible. And the control of site plan control, that mechanism, will assure that. I heard a delegate speak earlier about a big box going up in Regency Acres, and they could, for all we know, it could be an apartment with a bunch of families in there. Well, that's a non-starter. Like, that's just not in keeping with the OP. So, again, I believe that the site plan control is your key, and it will address other aspects of these infill constructions, which is the quality of life for the existing residents. Again, I agree. We're planning to build our home in another couple years in the town park area, and absolutely, I respect my neighbors, and you know what, but we're going to have to build a house, and it's going to be my obligation to minimize the impact to those folks, because the flip side is I don't like seeing mud tracking or dust control or all that other stuff. I don't want to see any of that either. So again, the tool is at your grasp. You don't have to go and reinvent the wheel. And I'll give you a quick example here on the recommendation of going 35% to 30%. Well, over on, forgive me, I believe it's Tyler, the lots over there are 50 by 200. So 50 by 200 is a 10,000 square foot lot. 35% coverage, you could technically put a 7,000 square foot house on there. Okay, so now we drop it down to 30%. Well, that's great. Now you got to deal with a 6,000 square foot house? What have you achieved? It has to be on a sliding scale. It can't be a blanket wholesale change. Last thing I would say is with regards to, and I'm going to echo the thoughts of a few other delegates, the areas that are under study, they are 3 distinct areas, very much so, and they need to be separated. I'm not overly familiar with Regency Acres. I don't get over there too often, but certainly I know it's different from Town Park. I know Aurora Heights, I'm more familiar with that. That is definitely different from Town Park. Even the map, the footprint of the Town Park area of the stable neighborhood study, even that is, quite frankly, could be delineated from everything north of Cousins and everything south of Cousins. Because again, if you were to look at that, that's, Wells Street and all those side streets are very unique, and it doesn't really, it's not in keeping with Wenderley or Royal or Cameron even. So we should look at that in terms of being very specific to the areas that we are focusing on. But again, the site plan control, I think, is the key here. And we got to be careful that we're not overthinking this thing and letting it spiral out of control. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rankle. Any other speakers? I'll remind you, if you could draw straws. You'd introduce yourself, and I'll just remind you again, the 5 minutes, and you get a warning sounded for.
I'll probably be short. It's Lenore Presley, and I live at 85 Harrison Avenue. I've been listening to a lot of the comments here, and I've been making a few notes. And I know that people are concerned about having too much restriction is going to reduce property values. I did have a long conversation with Councillor Maracas, and he did state that in Newmarket, where they reduced the property, the lot size, or the percentage of lot coverage from 40% down to 25%, that it really did not affect property values. So I'm not sure where that idea is coming from. The other thing is that Roxana spoke about obviously flood damage and that sort of thing being an issue. So I'd kind of wonder why, if that's the case, a home that's being built on Kennedy East, which is west of Wells Street, and down near the little park there, that is right by a little creek that runs through there, is on a floodplain, and this guy's building a 4,000 some other square foot home on that property, having torn down an estate home that was built 10 years ago. I don't understand, but anyway, I agree with the flat roof thing, that's obviously is a possibility if we don't go to the mid-peak. And other than that, the only other comment that I had was that the people that have spoken about their communities and what they want to maintain as a community feel. I'm sure in Regency Acres and other of these areas, we pretty much know our neighbors. Like, we know our neighbors up and down streets. It's a community. It's not a subdivision. It's not a subdivision with homes that are similar. Like, a lot of the homes in our street are all different. And I understood that democracy was based on for the better good, like the best that you can get for the most people, not everybody's individual rights. And if that's the case, then what we're going to do is we're going to have constant issues with, I want this, you want that, instead of looking at it as a community and making decisions based on that. And I do also agree with the site plan thing. Anyway, thank you.
Hi, my name is Judy Saubas, and I'm on Johnson. I guess I just have a couple of comments. I grew up in Unionville. My mom was on council for the town of Markham. We went through exactly what we are going through right now. I know people are afraid of change. They're afraid, saying, not in my backyard, we don't want it in my backyard, or my neighbor, or whatever. I think we have to be aware of some of the massive homes that are going in just because of the type of neighborhood it is. And I don't agree with, giving two rules saying that we can't build, but you can build in different areas. I think it has to be across the board. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair that somebody paid X amount of dollars for their home and now has limited the availability of selling and someone else coming in and changing. There are a lot of older homes in our area and that need to be fixed up. Like, there's a lot of homes that are, a tear down because of the way it looks. I would love if there was something beside me that was an eyesore, that wasn't taken care of, that someone did something for it to make the neighborhood look better. We have to accept change, and I know people are afraid of change, but I think we just have to have maybe a little bit of a guideline on how we're going to change it to make it better for everybody who lives here. And if we lose focus on that, we're limiting what this town is going to turn into. Unionville has changed a ton. We had our homes, we had the big monster homes coming in. It doesn't mean that person in that house who bought that house is bad. They've bought that house for a home. It's their home. Just like the 1,000 square foot house is their home. It doesn't matter the size. So I think we have to just remember, yes, things are changing, but sometimes the change is for good. It's not always a negative thing. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
I'm back. Just to comment.
If you could introduce yourself again, please.
Allison Halls in Aurora Heights neighborhood on Bigwin Drive. I just want to respond to some of what was just said. There are a lot of people living in Aurora now who have moved to Aurora because of what's happened to Richmond Hill and Markham. I have neighbors who have told me that they've left those communities because of the type of progressive change that you're suggesting. Aurora's a little bit different. I think we all know that. It's a historical town. It's been around longer than Canada, from what I understand in some historical figures. I didn't move to Aurora to become Markham. I worked in Markham when I bought my house in Aurora. Very intentionally did not want to buy in Markham because I already saw what was happening. And my neighbors were in Richmond Hill and bought next door to me because they didn't like what Richmond Hill had done to it. So I don't think anyone here is suggesting that you can't fix up a house or that you can't remodel a house or that you can't make an addition to a house in these stable neighborhoods. I think what we're saying is it has to be compatible and it has to look like it fits into the community that's already there. Because the reason why those people bought those houses is because they liked that community and the way it looked when they bought them. Not because they wanted to go in and change it and make it look like something completely different. If that's what they wanted, they have lots of other options to buy elsewhere. Thank you.
I'm definitely going to tell you you've only got 5 minutes.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to just go further with, I hope you were listening to this fellow in the blue here about site control process, because that to me is also the answer. You've got a document here, and I sat at the back reading it, with very strict changes, to, amendments to existing bylaws. But that's not what you want. You don't want to amend existing bylaws and set another single set of heights, single set of area coverage, because one size does not fit all. Everybody in the room's a different size. And as the other fellow that came before him said, you got Regency Acres, you got the town park area, they're all different. What works in Harrison, where I live, Harrison Avenue, does not work in Regency Acres. We've got 2-story, 2.5-story houses that were built 100 years ago. Regency Acres doesn't have that, so how do you set one height and one coverage bylaw exemption? You want to do, in my view, is what you should have done from the get-go is have an implementing bylaw for the policies in your official plan, which are a legal document, as it sits. And I'm going to read you, if I can find it to see it, from your official plan, because I notice it's not appearing in here. If I could just bear with me if I can see this. Maybe I can't. Hang on. All right. I get frustrated. Hang on. Okay. The intent, stable neighborhoods. It is the intent of the plan to ensure that the areas designated stable neighborhoods as identified in Schedule A are protected from incompatible forms of development and at the same time are permitted to evolve and enhance over time. Fine. All new development shall be, ready? Compatible with surrounding context. What is that in here? Now I'm going to go down a little further here to your stable neighborhood design policies. Remember, these are approved policies of this town. These are not things that are proposed. And I got to find this one too. Design policies, again, with the stable neighborhoods. Designate, respect and reinforce the existing physical character and uses of the surrounding area. Not in here. All right? With particular attention to the following elements. The size and configuration, you ready? Of nearby lots. Where's that in here? Next, the building type and nearby residential properties. The heights and scale of nearby residential properties. I live on Harrison Avenue. I'm not nearby Regency Acres. I'm not even nearby the 2 blocks away from me. What happens on my street is what this policy wants to address. Not in here. What you're doing is you're amending existing bylaws by setting a new set of criteria, and you're totally dodging what the policies of this official plan are. And that's my point.
Pat. I wanted him to introduce himself. Pat, come back and introduce yourself. I guess not everybody knows you. We just need to know where to increase the specific taxes.
What's that?
We just need to know where to increase the specific taxes.
I'm Pat Reynolds. I'm on 76 Harrison Avenue, which is in the town park area.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks for that.
Good evening, everyone here tonight. My name's Cheryl Sadowski. I live at 50 Devons Drive in the Aurora Heights area. I would like to bring attention to the recent comment about what happened in Markham. My parents moved to Markham in 1974. My father, when he bought the house, it was back into 9th Line, and he was told that the green belt where Markham Stouffville Hospital sits today would not have been developed. As we all know now, it does stand there, a hospital, and things change, opportunities happen, developers get their way. What can I say? I left Markham. I spent over 30 years in Markham, and when I go back there, my mother lives there. She's 89 years old and on a limited income, and the way that Markham has gone, it's a mess. And I left Markham. It was a town. It is now a city. Okay? And the way the Aurora, I came here because Aurora is a town. It needs to stay a town. It needs to be a community of people that get along. What is happening here is there's a lot of distension because they're old neighborhoods that are stable, that are well established. People know one another. They've grown up together. And there are new factions coming into place. Change is acceptable. Don't get me wrong, I'm not against change, but it has to be done with respect for the long-term residents that are paying taxes and have continued to pay taxes. There are many residents here that hope to stay in their homes. Government proposes to give supports to people that will remain in their homes, okay? And this is forcing people to do other things that they may not want to do, and they may not have the affordability, pardon the use of that term because it has been flown around tonight, to move somewhere else. And so I beg you, please do not go the way of Markham, okay? Because people are unhappy over there. They really are. The long-term residents, like my mother, she's almost afraid to be in her house right now. Okay, thank you.
No other speakers? You got to run.
Am I on? Good, yeah. I'm Dave Presley. I'm from 85 Harrison Avenue. You witnessed my wife just a little bit earlier. And first and foremost, I want to thank each and every one of you councillors and the mayor as well for coming and talking to us individually, helping us to work our way through it. I also am a member of the Town Park Area Residents Association, and you helped us immensely. You helped us understand the issues, and then we talked to Marco. You were very helpful. Thank you very much. And your team was very helpful to us. We appreciated that help. And it sounds like I'm building up to drop this shoe, but I'm not really. I just want to explain in our layman kind of terms what we like about our area and what we would like to see preserved. We like front porches. We like windows with panes. We like a slightly lower roof. We really appreciate that. We live in large houses like Pat's. His large house is across the street. So we understand big houses, small houses, all that kind of stuff. We've seen some new houses built in our area, and the tandem garages is one little thing that can be changed. Instead of a double garage, you put a tandem garage, one in front of the other, and you just drive in. They're not the most practical thing in the world, but they do work. And there are ways of achieving what we want to achieve here tonight, and I don't relish your task. I wouldn't do your task for $1 million. Thank you very much. You're trying to come up with the impossible solution, I think. Anyway, we also like setback, because in our area, I've got almost 12 feet to the fence and 12 feet on the other side, and they have the same. It's really a spacious, open kind of area. The setbacks, that's not acceptable nowadays. We understand that. We also understand very clearly that houses wear out. Houses wear out. They need to be replaced. We're in favor of that. We would like the new house to reflect the area it comes into. Front porches, windows if they can do it, with the panes, maybe a lowered roof. And sometimes one of our neighbors has built a fairly large house, and he's put in a lower roof to one side, to the one neighbor's side, which lessens the impact of that great large wall going straight up. So, if you think about it, you can come up with houses that really work. And one of the things that we worry about is when we get builders coming in. Builders want to make money. We're not opposed to builders making money. They should make money. However, they're getting a little lazy. They come in with one design. Boom, this fits here, this fits here. Oh, we can dig that all out. That fits there. And they put the existing house in a box, and that's what they have. Instead of saying, well, maybe we could build it like this or like that. I don't see that happening a lot. We would like to see them maybe exercise, work a little harder to put the buildings into our neighborhoods, might look a little nicer. You might have less complaints. I don't think anybody that I've talked to is opposed to the people that move into these houses. They're all very nice people, and some of them have very good beer. So once again, thanks to all of you. I appreciate the effort. Hope you come up with a good, powerful solution. Thank you.
You don't happen to have any of that with you, Dave? Are there, well, you got to have some fun in life. Come on. Are there any other speakers at this point, please? If there's no other speakers, I'll close this portion of the public meeting. We'll go to the next portion, which is council having questions with respect to the presentation. But given the time, I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break. So if we could be back here at 9:05. Okay, just a sec. Whoop. Well, actually, you can leave if you want, but yeah, normally, as Councillor Thompson said, normally we would go in if Mr. Ramuna has any comments at this point to some of the points that were raised here tonight, or if you would like to sort of collect your thoughts, come back. I think it would be a little more appropriate. We normally don't get this many people speaking before staff responds. So we'll be back here at 9:05, please.
Lawrence, people come back in.
Could I please get everyone to come back in? You know, the fun's just starting. Councillor Kim, Councillor Abel, Councillor Gardner. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to ask Mr. Ramuno to maybe address, first of all, the process that we've gone through and then answer some of the specifics of the question. Mr. Ramuno, please.
Certainly to you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll do my best, and I'm sure I'll miss something, but you or a member of council will ask me to address a question I've missed. With respect to the process, you know, most of the residents here tonight have been involved since, I guess, beginning in the new year, when council directed staff to undertake a study to deal with the issues around some of these infill larger homes happening in some of the areas. We started off with the three distinct areas. Orchards Heights, Regency Acres, and Town Park area. We had an original open house back in February. Prior to that, first thing we did was impose a interim control bylaw. Back in May, we had another special council meeting to receive public input and also provide information that staff have gathered with respect to some of the best practices, what some of the other municipalities have been doing. 3, 4, 5 municipalities have undergone the same process. And this, as the mayor mentioned, is our statutory public meeting. Under the Planning Act, we're required to hold at least one public planning meeting. The previous meetings weren't considered, statutory public planning meetings, so we have to follow the regulations under the Act. This is similar to a private development application. We are considering, amendments to our zoning bylaw, so it is considered a planning application. In 6 or 7 months, we've come to this point. I'd just like to add that I understand the frustration amongst some of the residents that we're not moving quick enough, but as we mentioned in earlier reports, some of the other municipalities took 2-3 years to complete their studies, and there are a lot of issues that we need to take under consideration. I also want to stress that we have been receiving all emails from residents. We do have those on public record, and so they will be also addressed in subsequent reports. I'll try and touch on, just to provide some clarification with some of the comments that were made with respect to process. We have provided some options to council with respect to what we've heard in previous meetings in our discussions with some of the residents and ratepayers associations we've had over the last couple months. We've also tried to provide council and the public with our best sort of planning advice and suggestions with respect to how to challenge some of these issues moving forward. It's ultimately council's decision. So there's two distinct things that we can do here. First is changes to the zoning bylaw, and what we've heard were the two of the big issues were height, can reduce height and reduce the actual lot coverage. So we put those options on the table as well. The other one was reducing the lot coverage associated with accessory structures. That's a provision in our current bylaw that allows, apart from the principal dwelling, there's another number, and it varies on the lot size, another lot coverage standard for accessory structures. The other tools that we've put in, that we've identified that are outside of changes to the zoning bylaw, or performance standards within the zoning bylaw, relate to the site plan control tool that is available. It's a planning tool under the Planning Act. Currently we have that site plan control for commercial development, larger residential type development. So an option here is to expand that site plan control, which would be to amend our current site plan bylaw to expand it to include detached housing in a specific area. And that is a separate process. hand in hand with that, you don't necessarily need architectural design guidelines, but it would be helpful to set that. And architectural guidelines really establish a design standard criteria with which to review a building permit. And they are just guidelines. It would address it would provide options for architectural styles, massing, roof pitches. It could go as far as, and it doesn't have to incorporate all these measures, but it could go as far as controlling building materials and colors. And that's embedded in the Planning Act. But if we do come forward with that, we could provide those options, and we don't necessarily have to, or council doesn't necessarily have to go to the extent of including, building materials or colors as part of site plan control. The last thing, and I'm sure there'll be other questions, is just to clarify the planning documents that we currently have with respect to any municipality has. We've heard a lot about our official plan document, which is our blueprint to manage our growth in town, and it really defines where we want to grow, how we want to grow. It establishes residential areas, intensification areas, commercial areas, business park areas, and there are policies in there that speak to compatible development. Then we have our zoning bylaw, which is the tool, a more specific tool that regulates uses and performance standards such as height and coverage and setbacks on a given lot. And that really provides that regulation to control development on a given lot, type of development, type of dwelling, and those performance standards, as I mentioned, like heights and setbacks, etc. So they do go hand in hand. The official plan is a broader policy document. The zoning bylaw is that specific tool that regulates the land use and performance standards on a given lot. At this point, Mr. Mayor, I'm sure there are other questions. I'll go through my notes and I'll do my best to answer questions from council.
Okay, as I did forget, as we usually do after staff have had an opportunity, it's a little bit different tonight. We usually have a proponent here. So there is an opportunity if any members of the public would like to come up again with respect to anything that Mr. Ramuno has said, any comments, questions. The microphone is yours. And if you would introduce yourself, sir.
I have the misfortune of living across the street from one of the homes that apparently is zoning bylaw compliant, which is a questionable judgment. However, my question to you all is simply this. Given what was just said, that the official plan is the blueprint for moving forward in the town for growth, and that official plan, as I understand it, is a 2010 document. Is that correct? That's the most recent version. Under the Planning Act, I understand that there is a requirement that once official plans are put in place, that zoning bylaws are amended as necessary within a certain period of time to accommodate the official plan. And I'm asking if that's true, and if it is true, was that done after the official plan was adopted by the town?
Okay, we will take that. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Mr. King.
I'd just like to clarify, I'm interested in this site plan control as I hear more and more about it. If it was applied to residential homes, would it encompass things like lot coverage, height, and so forth? Or is it, like in terms of compatibility, I get it, but would it also be that specific to talk about lot coverage and height, some of those real key issues that the citizens are concerned about?
Can you differentiate that? Okay. Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Okay, Miss. Oh, sir.
Good evening. My name is Ali Farzana. I'm Regency Height area. The reason I'm concerned about these changes, one of them is the first thing is the 3.5 meter width driveway. It's really, the way I see it, these lights are 55, 60 feet wide. Nowhere I've seen a one-car garage on such a lot. What happens is, basically, if we do that, we say don't build. Nobody builds because nobody will build. Why? I'm not a developer. I might not build till 5 years. But what happens is what we do right now is going to affect me, my future, my kids' future. Because we paid mortgages, we pay our taxes. Every day is going more and more. We want to keep our values. What happens now, if you put 3.5 meter wide, what happens? Right now, one of these gentlemen here, nice gentlemen, they said, they come to me, they want me to sell my house for $1 million, and they won't go away. I have to just force them away. So if it's a $1 million lot, and then you have to at least with these costs, you gotta pay $800,000 to build it. So $1.8 million house is gonna be cost for you or me or anybody. So I'm not saying $2.7 million, but what happens for $1.8 million? You have one garage or 3.5. Like, it doesn't make sense. Basically, you just tell them, hey, nobody build. That's better. We can add it to our slogan here. We don't build. That's what it is. The other thing is that some people say compatibility. Compatibility is good, but what happens if you want to think, okay, we should be compatible to 50 years ago, which are great houses. I love those houses. But what happens is, if you want to be compatible 50 years ago, basically let's don't change them, because it's not going to be it's never going to be compatible. How can you be compatible with a smaller house? And these days, like all the houses, like the way, as I said, $1.8 million is going to cost you. So how can you take this consideration that anybody would do that? So basically just close everything. There's nothing going to happen. And some people say about noises or building at the time that people are building, the same time that you guys or nice people that they were living on. Some of the houses were built earlier, some of them later. So those people, what happened to those people? They could have said the same thing and don't let you build it. They're suffering because maybe 10 houses were there and then 20 more was building. So those 10 people were suffering because you were building it or somebody else building it and you occupied it. So what I'm saying is we got to be fair to everyone. Somebody said something nice here. He says, okay, if you want to do these limitations, do it for everyone. If it's bad for everyone. If it's good for everyone. We have to grow. It's like this. A lot of people say, okay, when I'm driving on a highway, or at the intersection, I see a SUV right in front of me. I can't see everywhere. I'm not comfortable. I don't like it. A lot of people say that. I'm sure you guys might say that too. But does that mean we can tell them, okay, Minister of Transportation, ban all the SUVs? That doesn't mean that. You have the right to live. You have if that was the case, you should have told us at the beginning when we were coming to Aurora. I love Aurora. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you should have the right to, we're great people, you're in great company, but we don't let you build. That's what it is. It's plain and simple. Nobody's going to keep 3.5 meter width driveway for a 50, 60 foot lot. Who does that? Show me in one of the municipalities. Nobody does that. It's just an obstruction. No, don't do it. Just another word. Again, this is something that it's affecting. Some people might think right now, hey, I'm at the age that I don't care. I love my house. This is good enough for me. That's great. But for those people too, it's not just us. Your kids, your grandkids. After that, we got to think about them too. It's not just that. Okay, I don't have a mortgage. I've paid it off and all that. But a lot of people have mortgages. Every day is adding up. Good, great, we love it. Taxes are going up, all that. But on the other hand, like, if this happens, it evaluates everything we do. What does that mean? It means we have to work for a few years for free for nothing. It goes away. What happens, we're trying to build something, we're trying to work hard, pay our taxes on time, never be late, everything great, but just cutting our legs for the future, cutting like everything that we do is for our kids. That's what you're doing, basically. You're limiting everything. You can't build. Nobody can build with these things. Like 60 feet lot, 56 lot. Like, look at they say, look at Newmarket. Why don't you look at Richmond now? 10.6 meter high. We don't say make it more. We are fair. We don't tell them don't build. We don't tell them build. They shouldn't tell us not to build. Whoever wants to do whatever, we respect everything. I love to have a bungalow beside me. I might build a bungalow, but this is not fair to push some people don't build because two-story building.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
My name is Rachel Gilliland, and I live at 29 Cousins. I've lived in Aurora for 20 years. I've lived in 4 different neighborhoods. It took me a long time to actually find a house to live in this neighborhood. I want to thank Marco for meeting with our association a couple times. He's worked closely with us to come to conclusion to some of the things that we had wanted in our neighborhood. I think some of the stuff that you propose is pretty fair and on point to what our particular neighborhood was looking for. We're not necessarily happy with the 40%. We'd like to see that kind of reduced back down to kind of what we originally had wanted on that sliding scale. We do think the sliding scale is fair to kind of promote some bungalows and two-stories, so it is a little bit more mixed. As for the other stable neighborhoods, I know you guys have been coming up and speaking about 25% and 20% and driveways and such. I just want to point out that that was specific to our neighborhood only. And if you are in our neighborhood, you do realize that a lot of these homes do have set-back garages, and it is a bit more of a social kind of character kind of neighborhood. And I do think that maybe it'd be a good idea to consider these bylaw changes on a specific area versus a blanket across all the stable neighborhoods.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers, please? Okay, Mr. Ramuno, there's a couple of new questions there, if you would, please.
Certainly. I guess first, one question with respect to our official plan update back in 2010 and whether our zoning bylaw is in compliance with our zoning bylaw. And it's true, under the provincial legislation, official plans are required to be reviewed on a 5-year basis. Back in 2010, we did update our official plan. There's also a requirement, a recent requirement in the Planning Act that the province encourages municipalities to also update their zoning bylaw within 3 years of an official plan update. I just want to stress that we did that back in June of 2017. It took us, I think we were at it for about 4 years. We're one of the few municipalities that actually has updated our zoning bylaw, because it is an enormous undertaking. Not many municipalities have done that. And we made a clear decision when we were reviewing the zoning bylaw, and my advice to council at the time was we updated it from a provincial, regional planning perspective to ensure that we had incorporated our intensification policies of our official plan into our zoning bylaw, the Promenade secondary plan, but we also made the distinct decision not to, because it's very difficult to go in and remove existing zoning rights specifically from residential areas, because the zoning bylaws have been in place for decades. Our last zoning bylaw dates back to 1978. And so that was approved in 2017 in June, so we do have an updated zoning bylaw. The other question with respect to lot coverage and site plan, if we do expand our site plan and subject our building permits for detached housing to site plan control, how would we deal with lot coverage? Site plan control really deals with architectural style of the building, as I've mentioned, massing, the built form, but you really do need the zoning bylaw, those specific regulations as well, to determine the size of the footprint, setbacks, and height, and those type of things. Site plan, you do have some negotiations with the property owner with respect to, once we set a standard, to try and encourage them to achieve a certain architectural standard, but we still have, as a basis, you need our zoning bylaw performance standards in order for an applicant to design their home and make sure it complies with the existing zoning standards. With respect to obviously distinct area bylaws, I mean, that's obviously an option. It may not have been perfectly clear in the report, but we do have, we started off with 3 distinct study areas, and now we're up to 5. That's obviously an option if we were to proceed to have specific character areas or specific individual bylaws for given areas of the study. That's obviously an option. The comment about the single car driveway, we did mention that in the report, and that did come as a result of discussions with the Town Park area residents. That was a comment that they had made, so that is an option that we have put forward in our report, and the rationale behind single-car driveways and garages was really from a streetscape perspective to avoid a predominant, double-car garage along, for that building lot. So there is the possibility of putting in a zoning restriction to limit driveway widths to 3.5 meters, really to only allow a single-car driveway and a garage. But again, that was specifically an option only for the town park area neighborhood.
Thank you, Mr. Romano. Seeing no other, almost seeing no other.
Hi, Rachel Gilliland again. I just want to clarify with the single car garage. I don't want to get confused that we're proposing just a one-car garage home. If you do drive in the neighborhood, you will notice that there's a lot of homes that do have a double car garage. We're not discouraging the use of double car garage. It's just the way it's designed so it is set back. And we are trying to, like you had said, avoid the streetscape of driveways along the road, more of property. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you.
Just a quick comment about dealing with the three distinct neighborhoods. I just wanted to know, Mr. Ramuno, if you will be willing to consider benchmark approach, where you take all the different types of housing within each neighborhood, you calculate the lot coverage because they're all distinct, including different lot sizes. So you take your bungalows, you calculate an average height, you multiply that average height times the total number of bungalows. You do the same thing for the story and a half and the 2 stories, and you come up with a benchmark for each area. So I just wanted to know if you would consider that approach.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, David Butler. I live on Tyler Street. So I just wanted to ask, what constitutes something being a stable neighborhood? Do we really think Tyler Street is a stable neighborhood? And I really liked what this lady over here said, that their community got together and held a meeting with town and developed a ratepayers association and said these are some of the key metrics we'd like to see. I don't know anybody on Tyler Street. We don't have any sort of organization like that. So who is put forward to add Tyler Street to this sort of development change? Those are some of the key questions for me. They're super important. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll answer that as we come through the...
Hi, Spencer again. I had a question. It seems like, as of right now, everybody's unhappy. On both sides, nobody's happy whatsoever. It seems to me the logical thing to do would be to have in the 3 or 4 or 5, however many neighborhoods you're going to have, a particular bylaw for each one of those neighborhoods. I would say that Tyler, any of the houses that haven't been developed on Tyler are incompatible. So what, and that incompatibility, I think we need to play that out and write that down and then present that as a bylaw. And then we can all have an idea of what we're talking about, because as of right now, the important stuff isn't even on the table. There's nothing really to discuss because we don't know what it is yet. So I wonder if we're too far in the process to make kind of significant changes like that.
Thank you. Alrighty, well, thank you very much for all your comments. I'm going to close this portion of the meeting. I am now going to ask council if they have any comments or questions for either Mr. Cook or Mr. Ramuno with respect to the presentation. Then we'll put the report on the floor. And using your buttons, please, Councillor Gardner.
Mr. Mayor, I don't want to count this as one of my speaking times, but I would like to clarify Tyler and Temperance, because I'm the one that added those.
We'll do that at speaking time, please. If you have comments or questions for to the presentation. It's an important point, and we'll get to it.
I'll save them, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else got any comments or questions? Just to the presentation that either Lawrence did or... and then we'll put the report on the floor and discuss it, okay? Just Marco, or, to the presentation, just to the, if you can remember that. Yeah. So, I'm sorry, Councillor Humphries, did you?
No, I'll wait.
Okay, in that case, seeing no one wishing to do it, someone care to put the report on the floor, and then we can discuss that. Councillor Gartner, thank you. Second, please. Councillor Humphries, thank you. Speakers to the report, please. This is where I say calling the vote, and someone hits the button. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think as most people around Chambers would recognize, I wasn't here during the meeting on the 29th. I was overseas and I wasn't able to attend, so could you turn off your mic?
Your mic.
Thanks. And I wasn't able to attend, so I will say my comments quickly. I do believe that each of the three major main stable neighborhood locations need to be looked at individually, because I do think that they all have a different character, and I think different tools need to be applied to different parts of the town. So with that said, personally, my feeling is I don't think this bylaw does A, what it's intended to do, and B, would make anyone happy. I think the majority of the speakers came up, doesn't think that the bylaw goes far enough, and they would like to see it further enhanced. And then there were people who just disagree with the bylaw completely. I think Mr. Rankel, his comments were probably the best reflection of my perspective. If if we really want to have a conversation about what's appropriate, run things through site plan process, and have that discussion. I think that would make sense. But for me personally, I'm not in favor of implementing a bylaw that I know we've gone through and we're getting closer to a lot faster than any of our neighboring or other municipalities who've done this work. We've heard that it's taken a couple of years for other municipalities to make sure that they've got all the proper research to make sure that it's done properly, and I don't think we're there yet. So I think if we go down this road, it would make sense to make sure that we do the appropriate studies and all of the appropriate research to get it done properly. At this point in time, I don't think we've done that research. I don't think it's ready at this point in time. And overall, I do have just a general concern about restricting people's rights on how they develop their properties. So I think if there's an intermediary measure that we can put in place right now to make sure to some extent that we can look at compatibility, while not setting in stone rules that will overarchingly inhibit development in our community. I think there is a balance. It's an extremely fine one. So my preference would be to deal with each of these three communities differently, and at minimum right now just move forward with site plan revisions through development processes.
Thank you, Councillor Perry. Other speakers, please. Councillor Abel.
Mayor, and I'm along the same lines as Councillor Perry, and I see before us the recommendations and a lot of concern, a lot of opposition, and but I was very much enlightened by two of our speakers, Mr. Reynolds and I think Mr. Peter Ankel as well, that we have a site plan control and a design. And so my question is were those considered or used when we see these monster homes?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, because our current site plan control bylaw excludes single detached and semi-detached housing, which is common practice in most municipalities. But we could expand or amend our site plan control bylaw to include single detached, semi-detached housing, and they would be subject to more rigorous review by staff.
So I would like to see a little more in-depth sort of explanation on how that might work, because what we're hearing is monster homes are not compatible, and if the wording that I heard addresses it exactly. People aren't opposed to develop or tear down a home, and then they also appreciate the value of reselling their homes without those restrictions. I mean, to me, that's where I'd like to go. So I don't think I'm in favor of this, just for those reasons, because there seems to be an alternative right in our official plan that we can use, and that I was not aware of until this evening when it was brought up. And see if that can't address all the concerns that were brought up, and that would be height, massing, some of the other issues that were unique. We do have 3 distinct areas. I don't believe the one bylaw paints all, but I do believe that site control plan does. So that's where I am at this time.
Thank you, Councillor Abel. Councillor Humphries.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And you know, it looks like there's still a lot of opportunity to improve, even upon the recommendations this evening. I do agree that there are specific areas within the stable neighborhoods that would have specific requirements suited for them, like our delegate mentioned earlier, for a town park area, the one driveway, the parking lots, the parking one in front of the other. I think that's very suited for that area, but probably not others, or maybe other areas of town and stable neighborhoods. Also, from an architectural guideline perspective, the site plan that Councillor Abel mentioned as well, within our stable neighborhoods, I mean, obviously it's the monster homes, those really big homes that are being put up in areas that they just don't fit in, or don't seem to fit because of how different they are and how large they are, imposing. So perhaps we can utilize that sort of site-specific. How do we make them as compatible to the neighborhood and the materials that they're using to maybe make it fit in? Just a quick question to you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Ramuno. Do other municipalities use the site-specific plans on detached homes? Is that something that you've seen, other than I would see it absolutely within a heritage designated, but anything outside of that?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, it is more typical for heritage conservation districts, and it's really only Brampton who recently, through this similar review process, has expanded their site plan control to include single and detached housing within a specific area that was part of their study. It's the only municipality that we're aware of that expanded site plan control.
Thank you.
Yeah. Right. No, that's perfect. No, thank you. That's good to know, and maybe that's sort of the sign of the times, right? So there's probably some more work to be done there. Sorry, I was going to mention one other thing. I do believe that we absolutely have to do something. Respecting property rights is very crucial, along with respecting our town feel in each of these areas. It's very, very important to try to keep them as much as to the way they are. I mean, Regis Acres has a look and feel about it. Town Park homes. I would like to mention that, and I know Councillor Gartner will bring this up later, but Tyler and Temperance were street areas added a little bit later, that maybe we can have a discussion. Do we want to keep those on? Do we not want to keep them on? Want to make sure that, if we have them included, that we do, again, a site-specific for that area of those homes as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Humphries. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. Certainly heard a lot of comments tonight. A couple common themes, and one we heard, and it's been mentioned by my fellow colleagues as well, with regards to the distinct areas. And I would echo that comment. I think that it's difficult to find, a solution for one size fits all. That anything that comes back to us needs to reflect the different characteristics and uniqueness of the various areas that we've heard about tonight. And certainly would want to see that in any future report. The second one really is the site plan control. It's been talked about in the past. I certainly think that it's something that we can move forward with quickly and implement now to try and manage the process currently. I think that, as was mentioned by Mr. Ramuno, our OP is a blueprint. It does have some provisions within it to help manage this process, although, there are other aspects that need to be addressed. And so I'd like to see us move forward with the site plan control sooner rather than later. With regards to architectural guidelines, it does concern me that it's still very much open-ended, that it can be anything, as was stated in the report, that it's without limitation. It can be as generalized as just looking at shapes and styles of housing, or it can be so specific and prescriptive that we can get down to building materials and color. And before any zoning bylaw changes came before me, I'd want to see a little bit more detail about what the intent or the vision for that is before moving forward. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Councilor Marcus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think at the end of the day, we're making this a little bit more complex than it needs to be. Our official plan does have the tools that we're looking for, as was mentioned. It states the intent for the vision moving forward within these stable neighborhoods. We have the tools that we can put in place, the site plan controls that will allow us to ensure that these areas are protected and get redeveloped in the way that they properly need to be. So I will agree with my colleagues around the table and a lot of the comments that we heard that each of the three areas are unique and individual, similarly as Aurora is unique compared to other municipalities. And each individual neighborhood within that is just as unique. And so I think we need to look at them individually as well. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Ramuno. Mr. Ramuno, is there a way, can we implement site plan controls in regards to site-specific for single detached dwellings immediately? Is that something that we can do immediately?
Sir.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, all it really takes is a report back and an amending bylaw to include singles and semi-detached housing and identify those specific areas. So I would just need that direction from council if we're talking about the 3 or the 5 areas. Just to clarify, so we would then report back on that process, because there would need to be a separate review process, an application that would be submitted. It's different than just as a right building permit process, but we could establish that relatively quickly. While at the same time, I think, my advice to council would be to also consider the preparation, establishment of architectural design guidelines that go along with to set those standards for the site plan control review. That could happen at a later date, because we would actually need to have those guidelines drafted up and provide those specifics, what sort of criteria and how detailed we want the architectural guidelines to get, and what they're actually going to prescribe. So we would include that in a future report. But site plan control is essentially as simple as amending our current site plan control bylaw.
Thank you, Mr. Ramuno. So, from what I'm hearing around the table so far, is that something that's probably majority of us would like to see happen sooner rather than later, and maybe we can kind of get a handle on things while we continue to work through this process. But as far as, I do share some of those concerns as Councillor Thompson in regards to the architectural controls. At the end of the day, I don't think anyone wants to be told when it comes down to specifics what color their door should be, or, I think that's a little bit too much. And so I think we would all want to work on how specific those architectural controls would be. But speaking to any changes to the zoning, the zoning hasn't, I know we did our comprehensive zoning bylaw review, but there hasn't been any changes to the stable neighborhood area since the 60s, I believe. Is that correct, Mr. Ramuno? To the R3 zoning?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, 1978 was our last comprehensive zoning bylaw.
So, I mean, since 1978, so, you know, I think at the end of the day, it's like any other policy or legislation that we look at implementing or updating. It's time to update it. And I think that there's room to make some minor changes to allow for those changes to be implemented for today, but not only for today, but for the future of our community and how we do grow. So I think we need to do that. But as I said, you know, let's look at putting those site plan controls in place quickly, and then hopefully we can resolve this and you know, resolve this major issue within our community.
Councillor Kim, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I think over the last several months, we've heard that our zoning bylaws are not congruent with our official plan because of the verbiage in our official plan. And I've read the official plan a few times, and I have to concur with all the residents who have stated that. And so, but I wonder how this, I guess, incompatibility between the official plan with our zoning. And so through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Rumuno, when it states here, it is the intent of this plan to ensure that the areas designated stable neighborhoods as identified on Schedule A are protected from incompatible forms of development and at the same time are permitted to evolve and be enhanced over time. All new development shall be compatible with its surrounding context and form and so forth. Can you clarify what that verbiage actually meant to the author and to staff who abide by the official plan, please?
Sir.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just to keep in mind, you know, official plan policies, you know, do contain a lot of broad policies and objectives, but like with any policy document, they've got to be read in context and within their entirety, because we do have a compatibility, and that's always a difficult one to grasp, you know, what is compatible. And we have a definition, and if you read the definition, it also speaks to, you know, development that may not necessarily be the same, but can coexist. So it may not be perfectly clear when someone's first reading it, but these are, you know, official plan policies. And again, even within our stable neighborhood, it does talk about, yes, protecting those stable neighborhoods, those existing neighborhoods, but it does speak to allowing them to change over time. And there are other policies in the OP that allow different build forms within stable neighborhoods, such as townhome developments, etc., subject to further review by council and zoning bylaw amendments. As I mentioned before, I mean, you know, you have the official plan at a higher level, but you also have the zoning bylaw and those specific regulations that really prevail over, you know, official plan objectives. It's not to say that council can't change those zoning bylaws. We did go through that process, and we updated our zoning bylaw just last June in 2017. So, I mean, there are documents that need to be read, and you know, in their entirety, but also an understanding that, you know, the zoning bylaw actually deals with those specific regulations for individual lots. And, you know, we have hundreds of different zones within our zoning bylaw, and, you know, many different zone categories, but exceptions that have amended those specific zones through the years.
Councilor.
Thank you, Mr. Rumuno. I expected a 3-sentence response, but thank you for the extra. So we spoke about architectural guidelines or site plan controls, and so through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Rumuno, can you shed light with us in terms of how can we use architectural guidelines to temper the development of these monster homes and that don't fit into the character of the area? Can you give us some ideas as to how this tool could be implemented to temper that type of build?
Sir.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try and be brief, but
it's okay. Take your time.
No, I mean, site plan control is, you know, is a useful tool, and we do have council or staff would have leverage, because if we subject, a building permit to site plan control, it's a different process. It's not as a current process where an applicant would design their building permit application and adhere to the zoning bylaw, and then just submit it for building code review, and within a couple of weeks, if it's a complete application, they would receive a building permit. Before they submit a building permit, they would need to submit drawings, elevation drawings, to staff who would review it, and we would establish a number of criteria with respect to architectural styles. We would establish those up front, and we would work with the applicant, and we would have that leverage that they, without a sign-off from staff on the site plan, they would not then be allowed to submit their final drawings, architectural drawings and floor and building permit drawings to the building department. So we would have that. It is a leverage. It's a bit more of an onerous process for the applicant, but it would provide the municipality that control over the massing, the architectural style, roof designs, a number of things, and it could go as far, and it doesn't have to go as far as, type of materials and window sizes and landscaping. But I think what I'm hearing here in this, in this approach, I think what we really want to focus on is sort of the architectural style, controlling the built form, the massing and the roof lines and some of the architectural detail.
Okay. Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, another question. Does staff have the expertise in-house to construct a comprehensive architectural guidelines over the next month or two? Or is this something that needs to be contracted out to external consultants?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, we would have to contract that out to a design architectural firm. They're done, they do a lot of these, so it wouldn't take all that long, but we would definitely have to contract that out.
Okay, thank you. And my last question before I'll summarize and put all my thoughts together. Can we put in temporary bylaws until we can get more extensive study done on site plan controls or architectural guidelines? I know we have an interim control bylaw in place, but what that does is really just allow people to build within the existing bylaw. If we were to enact staff's recommendations, not necessarily at 40%, I don't agree with that, but if we were to reduce it to, let's say, the 30% footprint, 9-meter height for a 12-month period until we can get an architectural control policy in place, is that feasible from a municipal act or some regulatory perspective?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no. There is a temporary use of zoning bylaw provision in the Act, but I don't think that would be the appropriate tool in this instance to sort of amend the zoning bylaw just on a temporary basis. I mean, I think if we're going to amend the zoning bylaw to reduce height or coverage, it would be enacted and it would be in place subject to an appeal. The other tool that we do have, the council does have, we've already implemented the one-year interim control bylaw, which froze development that would exceed the current zoning bylaw. That was enacted, Lawrence, was that January of 2017. We have the ability to extend that for another year. So that would be extended to January. Right now it goes to January 20...
Sorry. Yeah, enacted January 30th, 2018? Right. Sorry, January 30th, 2018.
So that expires January 2019. Council does have the ability to extend that for another year. That would take us to January 2020.
Thank you. And I guess I have a minute and a half left. And, I've spoken to those residents in the Ratepayers Association in Town Park. I visited several residents and knocked on the doors on the Regency Acres area. And recently, this past weekend, I did go to Aurora Heights, and it's interesting that Aurora Heights, it has a lot of bungalows, not so dissimilar to those in Regency Acres, and I was quite surprised that about 60 to 70% of those around Aurora Heights were renters, and they said, I asked them for their perspective, and they said quite simply they didn't really care because they were renters. And I said to them, why wouldn't you care? Even if whether you rent or you own, this is your neighborhood and you live there, but they didn't really seem to care. And so for those pundits who would say, well, that's all the reason, more the reason why we need some change in the neighborhood and some new development so that we can have people who have more pride in the neighborhood, and I'm not sure if I disagree with that view, but then you see Regency Acres where many of them are owners and you have the same type of build. So it's not just the type of housing, but the type of whether home ownership and rental and their belief system, it's quite different. So it makes our decision all the more harder. And I have no time left, so I'll wait for my second round and let someone else give it a go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify a few things that residents have spoken to. With respect to Temperance, somebody said that Temperance has always been big old homes. That is changing. And some residents on Temperance are very upset about that, and they asked that they could be included. With respect to Tyler was a mistake. The problem with Tyler, it's two different streets. There's the street, part of the street that's on the floodplain, and those homes cannot expand their footprint. That was not clear to the residents who spoke to me about including Tyler. And I'm on the Heritage Committee. You're right, the horse is out of the barn, or whatever you want to call. So I would suggest that definitely Tyler come off. I think the Temperance needs to stay because there are a lot of big old homes there that are beautiful, and it's a beautiful street. With respect to Regency Acres, I think it's clear now that the one-car driveway was meant for the town park area and not for Regency. And with respect to a lot of the homes are old there and maybe out of date, but to the residents that live there, that's their neighborhood and they like it that way. So this has been a long journey for me. I got a call last May the 1st from somebody who is still in the audience, and the complaint was about the monster home on Child. And then I got a call about the monster home on Seton. And then I got a call about the monster home on Fairway. So I undertook to see if I could help the residents. And the first thing I did was I looked at the official plan. And the official plan is very clear about protecting stable neighborhoods. It talks about character, it talks about compatibility. And I looked up many definitions for compatibility, and what it says really is that two things exist together without conflict, work well together in harmonious agreement without reaction. Well, if you were here on February 28th, you would have seen the reaction, the anger of the residents at what was not working well, and it was, in quotes, monster homes. I don't really like that term, but there it is. Many people have talked about what's in the official plan. A lot of work went into that official plan, a lot of consulting with developers. I was on the committee. It was a comprehensive process. It was the first time that that official plan had been looked at from beginning to end for many years. And as many have said, in the design policies, it says, all new development within the stable neighborhood design designation shall respect and reinforce the existing physical character of the surrounding area with particular attention to the following elements: building type of nearby residential properties, height and scale of nearby residential properties, and setbacks from the street. And further, as was mentioned, the whole vision of this plan was to provide a range of places to live. The corresponding principles included protecting stable neighborhoods. These existing neighborhoods are to be protected from negative impacts of potential incompatible development and growth pressures, and any infill that occurs must be compatible with the established character of the community. And character speaks to characteristics of the community. And in Regency it's one thing, and Town Park it's another, and yeah, we have to do this in 3 separate areas, and I'm not sure what to do about Temperance. And it is true that when, as was mentioned, when a municipality does, I'll continue later.
Councillor Tom.
Thank you, Mayor Daw, and obviously thank you to all the residents who came and also all the residents who stayed. Obviously, everyone's got busy schedules, and this meeting's already gone past 10, so I have a feeling it may go a bit longer. You know, this issue is a difficult issue. You hear the term monster home repeated over and over again this evening. There's some examples cited by Councillor Gardner, cited by other councillors, cited by members of the public with respect to houses that have been built in older neighborhoods that are quote-unquote monster homes. The challenge is we don't have a definition of what a monster home is. And it's hard to address a problem, if you think there is one, when we don't know what the definition of that problem is. So for example, our current zoning allows 35% lot coverage and 10-meter height. And I know lot coverage and height has been a big discussion tonight. But if you have 35% lot coverage and your lot is small, then you're likely not going to be able to build a monster home. If you have a massive lot, then 35% lot coverage is going to be pretty extensive, and you can build a very large home. But they're definitely not apples to apples. If we restrict a property who currently has 35% lot coverage and they have a very small or a smaller lot, then you're really constricting what type of built form they can put on their property. However, if we restrict a 10,000 square foot property to a 30% lot coverage, they're still going to be able to build a 6,000 square foot home. 6,000 square foot home is massive. I think we should take that into consideration. The staff recommendations don't address that at all. So I think that to move so quickly into restricting property rights when we, A, don't know what the impacts will be, but we don't even know if it'll address the issue that most people are here tonight complaining about, because again, we haven't even defined what home is too big. Obviously, different areas of town have different built forms. Regency Acres was built in the 50s to the 80s, I think. Orchard Heights, the more eastern side, was built, I think, in the 50s and 60s. Could be wrong. The Town Park area was built in the 19th century, or the northern half was built in the 19th century. You get down to what Cousins and Dunning, those are probably more, 40s, post-war homes, 50s. So even the Town Park area, as defined by the study area, isn't congruent either. And so lots of problems present themselves. One of the comments I'd like to make too is that a lot of the discussion earlier from some of the residents was about what constitutes a community and what doesn't constitute a community. I grew up on Lanewood Drive, which is a stable neighborhood, but it's not within the study area. Linwood Drive was probably developed in the 1980s. There's a couple of bungalows on the kind of, I don't know, eastern, southeastern side of the streets, and larger homes as you move northwest. And for someone to suggest that those homes, because they're larger or because they were built later, aren't a community and our street wasn't a community, I know no one really said that, but that's ridiculous. You know, it was a fantastic neighborhood to grow up in. I agree it's different than other neighborhoods, but it doesn't make it any less of a community or a home or whatever. And so I'm obviously going to have to speak again because I only have a minute to go. I guess I want to end this portion of my comments with what I do support. I do support site plan control. Many councils have talked about it. It's a tool we have right now. We can implement it without having to go through any appeal processes. It's something that we can do right now and will, or as fast as we possibly can, and could take as immediate effect as that. It will have an impact. Architectural guidelines I'm in favor of, so long as we develop them in a way that is responsible and is measured and that respects the differences of each neighborhood. I think most of my council members, council colleagues have said that as well. And better public engagement, which is another one of the other options that were presented. I'm in favor of moving forward with those things, and I'll take more time on my second round, Mr. Mayor, about what I'm not in favor of moving forward with at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, well, Councillor Tom hit on the notes. I do believe, I'm, you know, listening to all my colleagues' suggestions, I do believe the site plan control is a tool that we can put in effect pretty quickly. And the architectural guidelines, again, you're just, you know, making sure that we have the right processes and principles around that so that it does give fair development opportunities to anyone who wants to improve their homes or make some changes, and respecting that as well. I think what I like about this is the fact that, and of course, that each of the different separate sites, areas, the stable neighborhood areas, actually, you know, that there is an opportunity to look at those neighborhoods and make the site plan controls specific to those areas. So I think you still get the look and feel of your neighborhood, and you're not being imposed of rules that could be in, you know, perhaps Town Park, in Regency Acres, and it may not just match 100%. So I like that. I still think it'll give the flexibility that homeowners would like, and also gives assurances that we maybe you know, in the discussion tonight, the tool to stop monster homes that are so imposing, this is the best way to go. Because I'm worried that the bylaw changes won't really do what we're all hoping it will do. And to rush into that is a bit of I'm worried about that. I think we need to do work there for sure. But if we do site plan control for stable neighborhoods and look at the architectural guidelines, I think that you can come up with a really good approach to protect these neighborhoods while allowing, you know, updates and changes, again, to be compatible with the area that they're being done in. So I'd like to see what further is discussed and how we sort of move this forward tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. We turned the volume up so well, it's giving us a bit of trouble here. I think the one thing that's clear that's come out of this is that we need to respect the scale and the aesthetics of the neighborhoods that we're dealing with. And I agree that there should be 3 distinct areas that we're looking at. And I would suggest that, in my opinion, Tyler and Temperance should not be in the plan, but that's a different issue at this point. I agree with Councillor Tom that community is really the people, not the houses. The community I'm in now has changed dramatically because families have grown up, changed, and moved away. And that community is changing because of the different people that are there. I think it needs to be pointed out too that there's a healthy group of people on both sides of the issue. I don't have an exact breakdown. I don't know if we'd ever get an exact breakdown, but there's a pretty healthy group on both sides of the issue. We're asked by a gentleman, I think he's still here, familiarity with the neighborhoods that we're discussing. When my wife and I moved to town in 1977, we moved into Regency Acres. And when we moved in, behind us, we lived on Morning Crescent, and if I'd known that those houses were going to sell for 1 point or 2 point some odd $1 million, I think I would have stayed. Behind us was a field. It was a farmer's field under cultivation. That's now all housing. There's been serious changes in Aurora. We had, I think, 13,000 people in 1977. It's 60 some odd thousand now. And under the Places to Grow Act and the Interior Growth Plan, we're going to go to 80, 90,000 people. That's mandated growth. So it is going to change. It's mandated by the province. Thank you, Councillor Tom. Our job is to see how we can best manage that. And that's a challenge, but I think that we're up to it. Our second house was in the Aurora Heights area. So I've got some familiarity with that as well. We lived on Laurentide. We're now over at Bathurst Street, and we're not in any of the study areas. An interesting comment on stable neighborhoods. There's no real definition of what a stable neighborhood is. And I think that we need to work on that. There's elements that allude to what a stable neighborhood is, but we need, I think, we lived in our house since 1988. Councillor Tom, his parents were there in the 80s. Why isn't that a stable neighborhood? What is that differentiation? I think we need some clarity around that. One of the challenges in stable neighborhoods has been addressed at the region to the province is that there's an area called Major Transit Station Areas, MTSAs, which is the Aurora GO station, the Aurora train station is an MTSA, and they're looking at encroaching into stable neighborhoods in order to be able to meet the persons and jobs per hectare count of 180 people and jobs per hectare. Is that correct, Mr. Chair? Within a 500-meter radius. So there's some challenges around there that we all need to work as we manage through that one as well. So, Mr. Ramuno, I've got one question for you. There was 57. There was a couple of others that mentioned too, but specifically 57 Fairway with respect to whether or not it was in conformity with our bylaws at that time. I know there was a number of people at the counter in your department. So, could you please publicly state whether or not that conformed?
Certainly to you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, a number of homes that were raising the question, the one on Fairway, one on Seton, and one on Child. They applied for their building permit application, and they conformed to those homes conform to the existing zoning bylaw with respect to height and coverage. And in fact, a couple of them weren't even near the 35% lot coverage. I think the one on Seton was below 30%, and they were close to 10 meters, so they didn't need any exception to the bylaw. That information is available at our building department. What is publicly available is the site plan application and the survey, which will identify the size of the lot and what the building footprint is based on the survey, and we do that calculation. The surveyors do that calculation, and our plans examiner and building staff verify those calculations to make sure that a building permit application complies with those zoning provisions such as height and setback and lot coverage.
Thank you, Mr. Ramuno. Appreciate you clearing that up. So I think that we can as with Councillor Tom, I think we can achieve what we need to in terms of looking at this a little bit differently with site plan control and perhaps an extension, although I'm not a big fan of the interim control bylaw. I think with an extension of the interim control bylaw, we can move to a state that will let us be a little more measured in our response to this. I'm not a big fan of a lot of the changes that are proposed in here. I have no issues actually around the town park ones, but I could never agree to a total height of 9 meters as opposed to what's being discussed in the report. So I think we'll wait to see what the rest of our council colleagues say as we move on. Councillor Abel.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Daw. I'll just get right to the point. The fact that you asked that the homes on Seton, Child, and Fairway conform is the problem. And that is why we're all here. So I need to see that site control plan, as stated, would conform to the homes around it. And that is the simplest approach, what people have been asking us to do. They don't mind a bigger home, but it has to blend in and conform to what the neighborhood has. And so that it has to be compatible. And that's where we have to exercise to developers and the homeowners that want to build these homes, they have to take that into effect. So when they bring something like that forward, you can say, okay, that's far too big. And if you look at your neighborhood, use your architect and come up with something that would blend in, not stick out like that. So that's the issue. I don't think anyone wants to know if it conformed and things like that. The concern is they're just too big for the neighborhood and they don't fit in. And I agree, totally agree. So whatever it takes, if it's that site control plan that needs to be amended so that they can conform in these neighborhoods, or any neighborhood for that matter, that is what we want to see. That's what we've been working towards since Councillor Gartner brought this forward earlier in the year. So I don't know if we need a notice of motion to officially do it. I know we've all said the same thing. I don't think it matters who does it, but let's get this going, and we can close the meeting tonight. That's where I'd like to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll disagree on one comment that I've heard. I do think that there is a difference between building a house and building a home in our town. When it comes down to it, I think we're talking, there's a big difference between a developer and a builder coming to this town and building a house compared to a resident looking to build their home. And we've heard it time and time again from many residents that come up, and they've built homes within these areas, and they've built them respectfully, and they've been compatible to the area. And other residents in the area have said, hey, you know what, this works, it fits within our neighborhood. The problem is the development community that comes in and they're looking to maximize their profits. They don't care about the town of Aurora. And the fine line that we have to walk now is to find a way to make sure that when we work with developers, when they're looking to do infill projects, that they meet our expectations of what we want in our town, in our neighborhoods, not what they want. They shouldn't be coming to our town and telling us, this is what we're going to build. We should be telling them, when you come here, this is what you're going to build, because that's what we want. That's what we want our community to look like. I don't think anyone has a problem with a resident that lives here building a home. So I do think that there's a huge difference between a house and a home. So I think that we're hearing that from the residents. We're hearing that from here at the table. So I think that, as Councillor Abel stated, let's get on with it. Let's figure out the solutions, and let's get this done.
Thank you, Mayor Daw. At this point in time, I'm not in favor of restricting any of the current zoning rights in the R3 zone. I say at this point in time because I think the proposals that staff have put on our report tonight, again, I don't think will address the issue for many of the people who are in the audience who are looking for action on the so-called monster homes. As I mentioned, the houses at 57 Fairway, 46 Child, 58 Seton, 12 Morning, these are the homes people are talking about. Our current zoning bylaw would allow, for example, on 46 Child, the R3 zoning would allow for a 4,900 square foot home. If we reduce that to 30%, we'll make it 4,200 square feet, right? So this is what I'm talking about. I think if we're going to look at the zoning provisions, we have to do it with a way more measured approach and with a less reactionary approach. And that's not because I want to delay the process. There was an editorial in one of the newspapers this week that slammed council and our motives for some of us for wanting a bit more of a measured response. I sit on the Heritage Advisory Committee. I believe passionately in heritage conservation. I grew up in this town. I've lived on Lanewood Drive. I've lived on Bailey. I've lived on Temperance. I've lived all over this town in different neighborhoods, and raising my kid here and future children. So we all care about the town, but just because we don't, say, agree with respect to the zoning provisions or certain proposals from members of the public doesn't necessarily mean that we are any less involved or any less have anything less than the best interests of our town at stake here. And so I'm not in favor at this point of any zoning changes, but that doesn't mean that we can't further look into the issue and study the issue, especially if we look at implementing site plan control right now and developing very soon architectural guidelines, again, that are specific to different neighborhoods, that are measured, and that make sense. One of the things I noticed, I'm looking at the old R2 zone. I'm not sure if Mr. Ramuno can correct me, but the R2 zone and perhaps the R3 zone has minimum floor area requirements for residential homes. So a two-story home is 130 square meters. So if you have a massive lot and we amend the zoning to, say, 30%, you're still going to be able to build a 4,200 square foot home on the example I just cited. So perhaps if we do look at the zoning in a more comprehensive way, and I know we just did it last year, perhaps there's a ways to look at either a maximum lot coverage or a maximum square footage of the house. And that way you would stop restricting people on the low end with, say, a smaller lot, and restricting them to a 30% lot coverage would be basically not allowing them to do anything. And on the flip side, on the big lots, you would have control from someone not putting a massive home because they have a 10,000 square foot piece of property. That obviously hasn't been proposed, but that's something that could be looked at. There's lots of other ideas that might address some of the issues that people are talking about that would not even entail, say, lowering the height from 10 to 9, or even lowering the lot coverage percentage. But these things have to be looked at, and they have to be looked at in a way that is not reactionary, as I mentioned before, but very measured. And I would also point out that the comprehensive zoning bylaw review that we approved as a council last June, where we made no changes to the residential zoning, that process, I think, was initiated in 2012. So it took 5 years to update the zoning bylaw, and we made no changes to the residential zone. And so a lot of people are complaining that in 7 months we haven't took enough action. Well, it took us 5 years to update the zoning bylaw, which was first passed in 1978. There's a reason these things take a long time. It's because people have a lot of money invested in their homes, and you can't just make changes on a dime. You have to take a very measured and a very proactive approach so that you don't get into a situation where you've made a change that causes you problems down the road. So again, I think looking at the zoning more comprehensively is something I am in favor of. It'll certainly be a challenge for the next council, because I think it has to go that length of time. And I think that's the right thing to do at this point in time. And I'll just reiterate that I do think that there's measures we can take now that will at least try to alleviate some of that pressure, but we just can't start reducing zoning heights and lot coverages without really understanding the implications. So I will not be in favor with respect to the zoning provisions that were provided to us in the report.
Councillor Gardner.
And I can relate to the frustration that the residents have. They've come to this council chamber 4 times. It's very unusual for residents to keep coming. It shows how concerned they are. This motion came forward October 24th, and I thank council for passing it. We've had a lot of opportunity. You know, Markham has been working on this since 1990, as have many other municipalities. This is not a unique or new problem. There was a question about who decides the height of the roof and to what point it's measured. Oakville measures it to the overall building height. Markham measures it to the top of the roof. There's lots of examples out there of communities that have tried to figure this out, have made some headway. Maybe it's not perfect, but it's definitely time that Aurora makes some headway. The official plan is very specific about protecting older neighborhoods. The official plan was passed by the province and the region and us in 2011. It's time. It's time we do something. To pass this on to the next council is not acceptable. Excuse me to the gentleman over there. To pass this on to the next council is not acceptable. We've been working on this for 8 full months. What else have we worked on for 8 full months, apart from the zoning bylaw? And as Councillor Abel said and others, the problem is monster homes. I was respectful. You can be respectful too. The problem is monster homes. The problem is that they are permitted under the existing bylaws. We see the result of that on Child and Fairway and Seton. It's not acceptable. It has to stop. Developers must not be allowed to come in and ignore our official plan policies, even if they have not been transferred into the zoning bylaws. In all these years, developers must not be able to hurt communities. And I will remind you, the definition, and you can all find your own definitions, and I've looked at many, and they all say the same. The official plan says new builds in older neighborhoods has to be compatible. Compatible is that two things exist together without conflict, in harmony, and without reaction. And if you want a definition of a monster home does exactly opposite to what the definition of compatible says. We do need to look at 3 different areas. Temperance is another matter. We could do a poll on temperance. In the city of Toronto, the height measured to the roof is 7.5 meters. If you want something different, you have to fight for it. It's 7.5 meters. In Oakville, it's 9 meters measured to the top of the roof. I mean, I could go on. I am not an expert. I am not paid to be an expert. But there is a lot of information out there that says what we can do to protect our neighborhoods. Let's do it. Putting the...
Excuse me, please. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, you looked like you were finished. You got 30 seconds left, Councillor Gardner.
I believe I have more than that, but...
No, you didn't.
You know, putting site plan control in place, I don't know how long that's going to take. I would like Mr. Minot to say in just quickly how long that will take.
Mr. Minot?
Thank you. You're stopping my clock. Thank you.
Through Mr. Mayor, based on what I've heard, come back with a report with a recommendation to amend our site plan control bylaw to include the 3 specific areas, and perhaps Temperance Street, but I'll need specific direction whether we want to include Temperance Street, and that would be then passed by council. Internally, in-house, we'd put another process together with respect to the review of those future applications. As I mentioned in the report, in most municipalities, typically you set the parameters with respect to not only new builds, but any large additions. We've identified perhaps anything over 500 square feet, and typically, as we mentioned, there'd be an additional application review fee for that site plan application. It would be a formal application that would be submitted by the applicant and reviewed by staff. So we could work towards bringing that forward perhaps for the July cycle. We'll do our best.
Councillor Gardner, please wrap it up.
Then I think that's what we should do. We should continue this in July. We've made 2 meeting dates. And nobody has talked about this. Shall maintain the character of the streetscape.
Okay, Councillor, you're over time. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Yeah, you are. It's Councillor Perry's turn now.
Okay.
Councillor Perry?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
It's Councillor Perry's.
Mr. Mayor, I don't think we're long, but we need
Councillor Perry, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Excuse me, please. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Timelines for Mr. Ramuno. If this passes tonight, would you be bringing us a report, one dealing with the site plan control and one dealing with a bylaw, zoning bylaw amendment? What's the timelines and processes?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, based on what I'm hearing, if the direction to come back with a report and a amendment to the site plan control bylaw, I mean, that's something that we can certainly do. If council directs us to come forward with a draft zoning bylaw amendment with any changes to the existing zoning as we laid out in the report, that may take some more time if we're dealing with 3 separate areas. And again, there's still questions with respect to around the table whether we want to proceed with any zoning bylaw amendment changes at this point. But the site plan control bylaw report, we can do our best to bring that forward as quickly as we can.
Extend. Excuse me, Council, before I go back to Councillor Perry, I need a motion to extend, please. Yeah. Councillor Perry, Councillor Tom, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, Councillor Tom. Perry, excuse me, the floor is yours.
So will that be done in one report or in 2 reports?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I mean, based on what I'm hearing, one report dealing with the site plan control bylaw amendment and those parameters around that review. And then I think I'm hearing that we would need a, some future review and a future report dealing with any potential changes to the existing zoning bylaw.
All right, I just wanted to make sure that we wouldn't need any other separate motions at this point in time. I'm happy to vote in favor of this, even though I don't agree with the proposals in the draft bylaw amendment that were proposed. But with that said, or should we be getting an additional amendment? We should be getting an additional amendment. You got it. So I'll put that on the table then, that we ask staff to come back with a report outlining amendments to the site control bylaw.
We're now into procedural stuff. It's contrary, Councillor Perry.
I see it as supplemental because this doesn't reference the site plan control bylaw at all.
I'm sorry?
This doesn't speak to the site plan control. So asking for...
Yeah, please, Mr. Clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if, turn that on, I think it's going to feedback, thank you. If that, it's maybe not contrary, but if the motion is on the floor, and let's say it passes, if council were to vote in favor, we would be returning a zoning, or something about stable neighborhoods to the July meeting as well.
That's the point.
Okay.
It's getting both of those reports that we'd like to see. So we're good.
Is there a second? Councillor Thompson, to the amendment. Councillor Tom.
So we understand what's on the table here. We're asking for the site plan control to come back as a separate report. Yeah. Will that include architectural guidelines, or is that has to be made as a separate amendment?
Mr. Muto.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would come back with a amendment to the site plan control bylaw, also with the request that we proceed to develop architectural design guidelines, which would take us more than a month or 2.
Right, because architectural guidelines and the site plan kind of go hand in glove, because if you have a site plan control, you're going to have guidelines for people to follow so that they know what will be approved at site plan and what won't be approved. So that'll be outlined in the report. Thank you.
To the amendment, Councillor Thompson?
Yes, to the site plan control process. You know, during my time on council, we've seen lots of site control plans come before us, not necessarily about single-family homes, but about commercial units, about stacked townhouses and so forth. And so through you to Mr. Ramuno, just so I can catch his attention. Mr. Ramuno, when we talked about site plan control, you mentioned earlier, it's a bit of a negotiation. So I'll take, for example, we just approved a development on Yonge Street last night, which really was subject to site control plan. At the previous GC meeting, it was raised by Councillor Tom, I believe, and others about the fact that it wasn't necessarily compatible with region, especially the historic. You went back, you talked to him, I don't know what you did, but next week we had a new drawing. And so I don't know what architectural design guidelines you have, but my assumption is that you essentially worked with the developer to find something that was more suitable to be presented to council, and council unanimously approved it. I think maybe there was one dissension, I can't remember the vote, but I agree there is a need, but over the 8 years that I've been on council, you've somehow managed to work with whatever the proponent is on site plan controls and address issues that council's brought up, and lo and behold, we get different drawings, we might get more landscaping, we might get more changes, and so I think we can start by implementing the site plan control, and then have some guidelines with regards to assisting people to know what they need to do, but I think it's a good first step, and you know, for the residents that are in the audience still, many times we've been able to work with the developer and adjust it so that it's an acceptable solution for both them as well as council and for those in the area. And so I think that it is a good solution at this point in time.
Councillor Abel, to the amendment, please.
Well, this site plan control was brought up, and I appreciate that. But also, Mr. Reynolds brought up, and he quoted it and read it with the design control, I think he called it. So that would be the architectural part component. Can you bring both those at that time, or is that something, a friendly amendment?
Mr. Middle?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can bring forward an amendment to the site plan control bylaw. The preparation of architectural design guidelines, we would have to go out and contract that out. We wouldn't be able to put those together, you know, in a couple of weeks ourselves.
It's just that it was made reference in our official plan. Could we have a review of that when you come back? I know it has to go out to be specific, but just so we have something, so we have a lead as we go along. And so our public would also understand where we're going and how we're going to make this compatible.
Councillor Humphries, to the amendment, please.
No, just very quickly, I'm in support of having this come back, and when I think about the bylaws and how they work and how they may not necessarily get to the objective that we're wanting to, I believe the site plan control will give us that really good handle on each and every build in the stable neighborhoods, and we'll be able to monitor and see what the person is building, whether it's their home or a developer, and I think that'll give us that as it says, site plan control. We don't have that right now, and that's, you know, I think that's why we're having these big homes. So I'm looking forward to this coming back.
Any other speakers to the amendment, please? Using your tablets, and all in favor of the amendment, please. That passes. Back to you, Councillor Perry, to the main motion as amended. You had the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the support of members around council table. So with regards this, I don't know if it's the same motions we had before. This looks different. So the changes are being made. We'll revert back to what was actually on the table. But with that said, I would like clauses 1 and the new clause 3 pulled separately from clause 2, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Will do. Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify what we're voting on here. So the staff recommendation currently for maximum lot coverage is 40% for 1 story and 30% for 2 stories. So that's part of what we're voting for. Is that correct? Through you to Mr. Ramuno.
Mr. Ramuno.
Through through you, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, I mean, that was, so if we're looking at the the motion on it in front of us now, number 2 is from the original report, and, you know, my recommendation to council was if you wanted to direct us to come back with a future report and a draft bylaw, we've identified those options with respect to some of those changes, such as reducing the height and that sliding scale for lot coverage. So that would be at a future, we would deal with that at a future report to council. Now, I heard earlier on whether there's a need to come back to another public planning meeting or a report back to a general committee and council meeting, and that's how it's currently worded.
Okay.
Councillor?
So I think what I'm hearing is that that is part of what we're voting for, and given that, you know, that the public is overwhelmingly not in favor of 40% for lot coverage for single story, I don't believe in that either, and so I don't think there's a point in having 40%. So I'd like to change that to 35% when this comes back to GC next month, and I'd like to make that amendment.
Sir, I'm sorry, Councillor Kim, could you say that again?
Right now, number 2 states maximum lot coverage of 40% for 1 story and 30% for 2 story. I'd like to change the first bullet when staff reports back for GC that the focus would be on 35% for a single story.
Okay, does everybody understand that? Is there a second for the amendment? That's a maximum of 35% lot coverage.
Yeah, and it may change next month. I may not be totally in agreement with that, but I don't want to increase more than what the current bylaw states, so I just like to keep it at 35.
Yeah, the clerk is suggesting it may be more appropriate, Councillor Kim, to address it at that time when it comes back, because this is still, although it's in the report from council, from staff, it is suggestions as to, as opposed to.
The only reason why I propose it now is because there's just been a lot of confusion, even with the driveway, even though it's really just focused on Town Park neighborhood. You know, there's a lot of emails and a few people here concerned this evening about the width of the driveway and the 40% being thrown out there. I don't want that to be a distraction for next month. So if
okay, is there a second for Councillor Kim's amendment, please?
Point of
no, I'm looking for a second, please.
It's out of order, which is why I'm calling point of order.
What's your point of order, Councillor Perry?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The point of order is that we're asking staff to come back and consolidate all of the comments that were made. We've heard comments to that effect. I think instead of asking staff to come back with something, we've asked for comments to be consolidated from all of the speakers this evening. I would agree with the clerk that we should allow staff to come back with that report, and when it comes time to make a decision, because we also heard that you know. Okay,
I get your point. Thank you. I tend to agree with Councillor Perry. Then that's what I was trying to suggest, that we wait till it comes back.
It's fine.
Okay, so
I understand the motion or what we're voting on, but I don't think it would be a great idea to have that 40% number come back in another report for GC.
Well, I think staff has heard that.
Okay.
If you wish to put your motion out there, that's fine. I'm looking for a seconder. I'm sorry, I don't have a seconder. I'm sorry? And your point of order is?
At all of our public planning meetings, we have comments from the residents. And we've had 3 meetings of comments from the residents, and yet there were no comments in this report.
I'm sorry, that's not a point of order. So, Councillor Humphreys, the floor is yours.
Well, then can it please be taken into consideration, because
you've already spoken twice, Councillor.
It's not proper process.
Councillor Humphreys.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I agree with Councillor Gartner. We should have those comments, so maybe we can include them in the report that comes back, just so that we captured them. The only thing I'd like to add, and it was to, not to change anything we've heard tonight, but the 40% increase for 1 story home versus in the decrease in the two-story. Just really quickly, that recommendation was to encourage a one-story dwelling. Was that why? I mean, obviously the sunlight won't bother your neighbors as much, and to encourage the one-level property, a larger build will hopefully reduce the impact on the neighbors. Is that why we decided to do that? Sorry, I'm asking. It's pretty late in the game, but.
Mr. Ramuno?
Sorry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. It was just an option, a recommendation that with the sliding scale, if you wanted to increase the lot coverage to encourage the one-story dwelling, and then lower the lot coverage for the 2 stories.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And I think that's what we heard the public, kind of mention that. So for me, I'm looking forward to getting the reports back from staff with all the comments we've heard tonight, the recommendations in the bylaw. I'd like to understand them. What I'm hoping, and I know it's going to be a lot of work, is can we have the examples of what our bylaw is today, what we have allowed, what the new bylaw against some of the homes that have sort of triggered this discussion and this concern, what it would really mean, how it would really look, like what's the change? Because I think right now we're all questioning, is the changed bylaw even going to make that much of a difference? And if it isn't going to make that much of a difference, then perhaps site plan control and architectural guidelines is the way to go. I just thought I would throw it out there. So I understand what the differences is. I don't know.
Certainly, and through you, Mr. Mayor, and again, I don't want to enter into debate, but I just want to be clear, we can. I mean, we're at the end of June, and our next GC is July 17, which is 2 weeks away. So I think we were able to bring back a report with a discussion and recommendations on amending the site plan control bylaw for those 3 specific areas. And we can certainly also provide some a compilation of what we heard. But if the direction is, can we have 3 distinct draft bylaws, proposed zoning bylaw amendments for that July 17th meeting? I don't think that's possible at this point. But what I heard earlier on, I think we may be able to bring forward a report to establish a site plan control bylaw area for these 3 areas. I think we need more time to continue to work on, compiling, all the comments and trying to draft recommendations for amendments to the existing zoning bylaw for these 3 specific areas.
Thank you so much, through you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I understand it's just timing, right? So I appreciate having that full report back on site plan control for the different stable neighborhoods for the next meeting, and then we'll understand when the next full bylaw draft will come forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Or Humphreys, I apologize. I did have Councillor Thompson on the list, but your name isn't there. Do you wish to speak? Or? Okay, all right. I'll just have a quick comment then. My point on 57 Fairway. My point on 57 Fairway was simply to request information that a resident requested. So to morph that into, I'm all of a sudden in favor of what went at 57 Fairway is somewhat inappropriate. I also think it's pretty facile to suggest because something's being built by a developer, it's bad. And if it's being built by a resident, it's good. So I think that if someone wishes to come into our town and look at building something, we should give them full consideration, regardless. So Councillor Pirie has requested that we pull the clauses separately. So using your tablets, first clause is we receive the report. All in favor, please.
1 and 3.
1 and 3. Councillor Pirie, you okay if we pull 1 and 3 together? Okay, we're pulling 1 and 3 together, so the report we received and staff report back with respect to site plan control. That passes. And clause 2, please, Linda. Clause 2, Council, using your tablets, please. Use the Jeopardy theme song. Councillor Gardner. You have to vote one, then it's a negative vote, Councillor. Thank you. Linda, if you'd record that as a negative vote, please. That passes, no, that ties.
It's defeated.
So it fails. It's tied vote, so it fails.
Can she vote again?
No. Her vote's negative.
Oh, no.
Linda?
She's right.
She's at the table. It's a negative vote.
Oh, my gosh.
That fails. Confirming bylaw, please, Council. Someone put that on confirming bylaw on the floor, please. No, it's a single purpose meeting. Not a public planning. Confirming bylaw, please, Council. Mr. Clerk? Mr. Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's the chair's call.
We've never done an additional motion. Councillor Tom, you asked first then. Did you not?
Yeah, you did.
Well, Mr. Mayor, what I was suggesting, or was going to suggest, but I'd already spoken twice, was I ultimately voted against it because although I would like to see the public comments and the comments from council be presented to a report with respect to the zoning and to perhaps look at future revisions to the zoning bylaw, I was not in favor of a report coming with the specific proposals to a GC meeting that are in the report tonight. Because I think there's more work to be done. So I was suggesting that we split the second clause into two, and I would have voted in favor of the public comments being presented in a comprehensive report, and I would have voted against the provisions that were in our report tonight. But that doesn't seem possible because splitting it would now be like a reconsideration or whatever. So
it's a reconsideration.
My solution would have maybe helped before, but it won't now.
You've already spoke. Councillor Maracas. Councillor Maracas. Councillor Maracas.
Just wanted to say, Mr. Chair, I clarify that when we do sit here at public planning, if something does fail that's in front of us, we've normally, someone has put forward, put forward another motion. I mean, so if we didn't pass that, we didn't want it to go to GC, we've done it many times that someone comes after that failed motion and says that I'd like it to come back to another public planning meeting or something else. So to say that it's out of order or we've never done it is a false statement. I think Councillor Gardner, if she wants to put forward another motion, she's well within her rights.
The motion's been amended usually at a public planning meeting that it comes back. If somebody would like to put a motion on the floor to come back to another public planning meeting, I'll accept that.
My name's on there.
Councillor Humphreys.
You, Mr. Mayor.
Quickly,
I'd like
please.
to, really quickly, we'd like to come back to another public planning meeting.
Is there a second, please?
It's the only way we can get it back to the table.
Is there a second, please?
Is there a second? With all the comments from this meeting, from this residents and
Is there a
council.
second, please?
Okay, good. Let's just vote.
Who seconded?
Paul.
Thank you, Councillor Perry. To come back to another public planning meeting then.
It's the only way we can get it back.
Using your tablets. All in.
Yeah, so do I. Point of order.
Yeah. Council.
Well, hold on.
Councillor Tom, what's your point of order?
My point of order is we have a process, and shouting without speaking in turn, without being recognized by the chair is not that process. If Councillor Gardner would like clarification, she can ask a point of order. She can go through the usual process that we make. I have no problem with that happening with Councillor Gardner, but we can't just yell at the chair without being recognized.
Are we?
So what am I supposed to do?
Yelling, I don't think is going to achieve anything. So, Councillor Gardner,
Okay,
I think
stop
Councillor
it.
Gardner-
You're
Councillor
acting
Gardner's out
like
of order.
children. Councillor Gardner, what would you like to say?
Clarification of what the motion is. Is it including all of the comments that have been received?
That was already stated.
From the public so far, not just at this meeting? Councillor, is that your intention,
Yes,
Councillor
that is the
Humphries?
intention of Councillor Humphrey's motion, which was
Thank you
seconded by
so much.
Councillor Perry.
I appreciate that.
Using your tablets, please. All in favor?
That's not what it says.
I think council, or I think staff is pretty clear on what the intention is. What's comments? Comprehensive. Using your tablets to vote, please.
It is not, this is not what the motion that Councillor Humphries suggested
Councillor Humphreys
says.
is happy with the motion.
No,
Councillor Perry, are you happy seconding that motion? That is the motion on the floor.
Councillor Humphries, are you happy?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just quickly, the comments presented at the public planning meeting and the previous meetings, comments.
Comprehensive.
Comprehensive meeting, not just planning meeting, but the previous one, so that it's all encompassing.
Using Councillor Marakis to the motion.
Wednesday.
I was just going to say, I mean, what I'm hearing is that the comments presented at, to date be addressed by planning and development, not necessarily just this public planning. That's what I'm hearing from Councillor Gardner and from so if we can just change that, I think it would make everyone happy and we can move
Mr.
forward.
Do you have a good sense of what we're looking for? Just give me a yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you. Calling the vote. All in favor?
It's not appropriate, Mr.
All in favor?
It has to be what it says on here that we're voting on. That's not what Councillor Humphries put forward.
Calling the vote. Either vote or don't vote.
Did she vote? Change the motion. Did she vote?
No.
All in favor of the motion on the floor? Councillor Kim has not voted. Well, I've called the vote. We're not having any more discussion, okay? We can either, no.
It's okay.
I'm sorry?
It's okay. Shh. Don't do that.
Okay, I have Councillor Gardner's not voted, Councillor Kim has not voted, Councillor Abel is not here. Neither is Councillor Gardner. Councillor Kim, are you voting? Councillor Gardner and Councillor Abel are not here, Linda, so. Everybody else has voted.
Okay, it's going to come back.
Thank you. Confirming bylaw, please. Councillor Tom, Councillor Perry, all in favor? Opposed? Motion to adjourn, please. Councillor Perry, Councillor Humphries, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you for coming out.